Zuko and Katara. First, they were enemies, then they became close, then they became enemies again after Zuko betrayed Katara at the end of Season 2. Then they became close again. Katara was the one most hurt by Zuko's betrayal when he joined Azula at the end of Season 2, but that's because she was the first one to trust him. Katara is the last one to accept Zuko when he joins Team Avatar, but when she does finally believe in him again, they become very close. Zuko chooses Katara to help him against Azula. They save each other's lives. But what if their relationship had taken a turn for the romantic? This question has occupied the minds of Avatar fans for about a decade and a half now. When I was doing research for this episode, and by doing research I mean looking at tons of Zutara videos, I saw that many of these videos dated from back when the show was still running. Support for Zutara really picked up at the end of Season 2, when they were in prison together, and Katara offered to heal Zuko's scar, and the Zutara fandom really has not died down since. But I'm not here to talk about whether Zutara should have happened, although yes, it would have been fascinating on a character level and on a thematic level if it did. I'm here to talk about what would have happened if Zutara did occur. What ripple effects would it have had? As Kataang is the central relationship in the show, pairing Katara with Zuko instead changes quite a lot. This is Avatar Explained: What If Zutara Happened? Firstly, let's talk about how it could have happened. There are two routes to this transpiring. The first is at the end of Season 2. If Aang and Iroh don't break into their prison to free them, Katara heals Zuko's scar. Possibly, they kiss. At this point, Katara has kissed Aang before, but only once, in episode 202, The Cave of the Two Lovers, and that was when both their lives were in peril. I'm not going to say this kiss doesn't count because of that fact, but Katara doesn't think of herself as being tied to him. If the inclination overtook her to kiss Zuko, she would not have stopped herself from doing so. Aside from Aang, the only other romantic relationship she is involved with throughout the course of the series is with Jet, and Zuko is a better version of Jet. Yes, I may be oversimplifying things, but Jet and Zuko are paralleled in the back half of Season 2, and Jet's failure to let go of his rage and bitterness is contrasted with Zuko's ability to, with the help of his uncle, overcome his worst tendencies. It's not unimaginable to think that Katara could kiss him here, and if she does so after healing his face, I don't think Zuko turns against Team Avatar at the end of the episode. To Zuko, his scar is the mark of the banished prince. He eventually grows to be alright with the scar, but for years it symbolized how he needed to reclaim his honor. If Katara heals his scar, think about what that means thematically. It means that he is not bound to his past anymore. He's not bound to his old goals and ambitions. The odds of him turning against her after this point are minuscule, and if he does side with Team Avatar against Azula, I highly doubt Zutara doesn't continue going forward. Aang, still being an immature kid, would likely try to break them up so he could be with Katara himself, but I don't see Katara breaking up with Zuko unless he betrays her. The second option for how Zutara could have happened is later on, after Zuko joins the group at the midpoint of Season 3, and more specifically, after he regains her trust at the end of the Southern Raiders. I've seen fan art of Katara kissing Zuko at the end of the Southern Raiders, but if I am going to be frank, that doesn't make any sense. Going from "thank you for helping me conquer this darkness inside myself and giving me a chance to confront the horrors of my past" to "I love you and I want to make out" is major tonal whiplash. Also, since there are only 5 more episodes after this point, I don't think there's much time for Zutara to blossom naturally by the end of the show. But imagine if Season 3 was longer. Imagine it were 30 episodes instead of 20. Imagine if Katara and Zuko got several more episodes together apart from the rest of the group. Is it that hard to imagine the two of them falling for each other? Of course, the problem with having Zuko and Katara get together in the endgame of Avatar: The Last Airbender is Aang. By the time Zuko and Katara are close again, Katara's relationship with Aang has advanced significantly. He kisses her again before he flies off to face Fire Lord Ozai, and he has a heated romantic dance with her in episode 302, The Headband. However, it is important to note that they are not officially together until the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender. In episode 317, The Ember Island Players, Aang complains about how the play puts Zuko and Katara together, and a large reason why he's so discontent is that he's not romantically involved with Katara, even after kissing her multiple times. He's unsure as to the place he occupies in her heart. When he kisses her again, she breaks away and says she's confused. If the Zuko and Katara relationship had been given more time to develop, they might have been able to ignite a romantic spark. It's not entirely out of the question. Now that we have identified scenarios in which they do get together, it's time for the part of the video that's more interesting to me personally. What happens if they do? How does it affect them and those around them? The first question we have to ask ourselves is, do they stay together? Hardcore anti-Zutara shippers would say no. They say that Katara and Zuko would not have worked long-term. When Brian Konietzko and Mike Dante DiMartino, the co-creators of Avatar, are asked about Zutara, they tend to take this approach. But I would argue that this position is not supported by the show. Undoubtedly, Zuko and Katara would have problems if they got together. All couples do. But they understand every side of each other, and they trust each other completely. And these two things, understanding and trust, are, in my eyes, the most important things to sustaining a long-term relationship. Throughout the course of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang never really understands who Katara is and how she sees the world. He retains a simplistic and idealized picture of her. If Aang can stay married to Katara, I don't see why Zuko couldn't. Moving beyond that, let's talk about how this affects Aang. Obviously, he's going to be heartbroken for a while, but I don't think he spends the rest of his life swearing off love or pining after Katara. I have too much respect for Aang as a character to think that of him. His childhood crush fell in love with someone else. It happens. A lot of us have had to go through the exact same thing. Does that mean we abandon all hope of romantic love? Of course not. Additionally, even if Aang wanted to not have a romantic relationship with anyone but Katara, he doesn't have that luxury. As the subtitle of the show suggests, he is the last airbender. If he doesn't want airbenders to become extinct, he needs to have children. In fact, I wonder if he and Katara would have had 3 kids if this wasn't the case. Taking care of 1 kid is hard enough work. Taking care of 3 is a struggle, especially when the parents can't be there for their kids as often as they ought to be because of their professional responsibilities. Aang is the hero of the world. He ended the 100-Year War and defeated the Fire Lord. Now his help is needed to build a new world, and that takes a lot of time and energy. It is not an easy and straightforward process. Yes, the world needs Katara, but it needs Aang more, because he's the Avatar. Thus, much of the burden for raising the kids falls on Katara, and because she has to take care of 3 of them, she doesn't have a lot of time to chart her own course and write her own story. Would this also have been the case if Aang and Katara only had 1 or 2 kids? Maybe, but it would have been less of a burden on Katara. But that was never an option. They sort of had to keep having children until they had Tenzin, an airbender, so I'm going to go ahead and say that Zuko and Katara have only 1 or 2 kids, giving them both more free time. Aang, however, still probably has 3 or more kids, and the woman who ends up his wife likely has to raise them mostly by herself. Who does Aang marry? It's a legitimate question, but I sadly don't think I can provide a satisfying answer. It's probably not a major character. I don't see him getting together with Toph or anything like that. However, it's likely he ends up with one of the Air Acolytes, a group we see in Korra, which, as presented in the comics, evolves out of an Avatar Aang fan club. It's not a stretch to say that there are more than a few acolytes who would love to get to know Aang in a romantic way. Possibly he returns the affection of this acolyte. Also possibly he doesn't love her as much as she loves him, but he knows he needs to get married and have kids. But enough of Aang, this isn't about him, it's about Katara and Zuko. Zuko likely lives to an old age, just like he does in the original timeline. I don't see why his lifespan would be shorter just because he married Katara. This means they get to grow old together, as opposed to in the original timeline, wherein Katara lives on for decades after Aang dies. But let's talk about what their getting together means for the Fire Nation. This I find fascinating. Ever since the time of Fire Lord Sozin, Zuko's great-grandfather, the Fire Nation has waged a war of conquest on the world, justified by a belief in their ethnic supremacy. Sozin may have said that he wanted to share the Fire Nation's greatness with the rest of the world, but even if he was honest and sincere in that belief, those who followed him were not. The extent of this supremacist ideology can be seen multiple times throughout Avatar: The Last Airbender. Look at episode 106, Imprisoned, in which the warden that imprisons the Earthbenders in the rig dismisses earthbending itself as savagery. Or think about the speech Zhao gives to his forces after he has captured the Avatar in episode 113, The Blue Spirit. He literally calls fire the superior element. We already know from the comics that the transition from a world in which the four nations were distinct and separate to the multicultural world we see in The Legend of Korra was a fraught one. The strict division of the four elements was supported even by those who are otherwise framed quite positively, such as Avatar Roku, whom Aang upsets by deciding not to force average Fire Nation citizens out of the former Fire Nation colonies. So imagine the reaction if Zuko, who is already facing charges of treason from those who prefer the more militaristic Ozai regime, married Katara, a peasant from the Southern Water Tribe, which the Fire Nation has spent a century raiding. May not be a firebender, but she is a Fire Nation citizen from a prestigious family. Katara is something else entirely. To put this in easy-to-understand terms, imagine a world in which, after Hitler died, his immediate successor was married to a Jewish woman. That's what we're dealing with here. If Zutara happens, Zuko likely has an even harder time staying in power than he does in the original timeline. It would enhance the perception among loyalists to the Ozai regime that Zuko does not have the Fire Nation's best interests at heart. Nevertheless, I see Zuko staying in power. The Fire Nation is too disorganized in the aftermath of Ozai's defeat to be able to return him to the throne. As long as Zuko doesn't take any unnecessary risks, I don't see him getting assassinated. Assuming Zuko resigns from his post and travels the world to basically become a temporary avatar after Aang dies, as he does in the original timeline, the oldest of Zuko and Katara's children is the Fire Lord by the events of The Legend of Korra. Interestingly, it's possible this child could be a waterbender. This would be quite a change from the centuries spent promoting the ethnic supremacy of firebenders and the Fire Nation. Zutara happening would be a symbol of the push toward multiculturalism we see take place between the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender and the start of The Legend of Korra. That doesn't mean there's no difference between the four nations, an idea Aang expresses intense disgust for in the comics. This is because he wants to maintain a separate airbending culture. But what this does mean is that the four nations are not as distinct and different as they are in Avatar: The Last Airbender. And that's without talking about the United Republic. Iroh, considered by both the characters and the fandom to be the wisest character in Avatar, talks about how it is important to draw knowledge from all four nations, and the United Republic is the living embodiment of that ideal. Yes, Aang and Katara getting married is also a case of the union of people from two different nations, but because Aang is the Avatar, and the Avatar's authority is above the level of the nations, the impact is somewhat muted. Zuko, the new leader of the nation that has been most affected by notions of cultural supremacy, Mary Katara, is a much clearer indication of the multicultural direction the world is heading toward. Hopefully, in this scenario, Katara receives more respect than she does in the original timeline. Think about how important Katara is to the events of Avatar: The Last Airbender. The show literally does not happen without her, as her breaking Aang out of the iceberg is the inciting event from which everything else comes. When the group is in danger of falling apart, she keeps them together. This is most apparent in episode 211, The Desert. Aang is too distraught over the loss of Appa to think clearly. Sokka and Momo are both tripping on cactus juice. Toph can't see because the sand is not firm and that messes with her feet vision. But Katara stops them from dying out there. Or think about how, at the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Katara's right there with Zuko as he defeats Azula and becomes the new Fire Lord. But she's the only main member of Team Avatar, of whom we do not see a statue in The Legend of Korra. While the other members of Team Avatar go on to long and fruitful careers, with Toph becoming Republic City's first chief of police, and Sokka entering into politics and becoming a councilman, Katara seems to have mostly disappeared from the historical record. When people think of her by the time of Korra, it's mostly as Aang's wife and the mother of his children. Now, this is not Aang's fault, but Katara deserves better. She really does. And hopefully, in this alternate timeline, she gets what she deserves. Having fewer kids, she likely has to spend less time raising them, and can thus spend more time making history. Looking at Avatar as a whole, it is not surprising that Aang and Katara ended up together. The seeds of that ending were laid as early as the first episode of the series. Aang falls in love with Katara the first time he lays eyes on her. She views him as just a kid because that is all he is at this point in the series. As he grows up, she starts to return his feelings, leading to their relationship growing and maturing, and culminating in the kiss they share at the end of the series. It's sweet, and it's not completely inessential, but what does it say about these characters? What does it add to our understanding of them? Not much. This is as opposed to Zutara. The two characters start out as enemies, grow closer, grow apart again after Zuko betrays Team Avatar, and Katara specifically, at the end of Season 2, and finally they forge a close and beautiful relationship after Zuko finally earns Katara's forgiveness. It's genuinely powerful and earned. Let's take a step back and look at works of art in general. If the artist gives every indication that something is going to happen, leaves absolutely no doubt that it's going to happen, and then has it happen, there's no catharsis, there's no satisfaction. However, if something looks like it's never going to happen, then the characters have to struggle and strive, trying desperately to make it happen. Then they still don't immediately succeed because they're both flawed people, and only after working to overcome their flaws do they finally get the triumph they have been searching for. And that is so much more satisfying. Even though Katara and Zuko only became friends, the growth of their relationship still resonated with me more than Aang and Katara's relationship becoming romantic. This is why, and while the bonds of friendship can be as strong and lasting as the bonds of romance, the idea of Zuko and Katara getting together and raising a family is more appealing because of how far apart they started. The bond they have is a symbol of their character growth. That is the central appeal of Zutara, at least in my eyes. Brian Konietzko and Michael Dante DiMartino, the co-creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender, do not share that view. To them, and I'm quoting here from a 2008 interview they gave, Zutara is just dark and intriguing. Konietzko says it never would have lasted, and DiMartino says the creators have always had a soft spot in their hearts for Kataang. These rationales are fascinating. They're related, but they're not identical. DiMartino focuses more on his personal feelings, but Konietzko talks more about the philosophy of the decision. Obviously, I can't disprove personal feelings with logic. But if you think about why DiMartino has these personal feelings, it likely stems from the fact that he agrees with Konietzko about Zutara merely being dark and intriguing. That's the reason this relationship never happened, this view of it, this dismissal of it. However, there is so much more to it than that. That said, in the spirit of fairness, let's analyze and interrogate this idea of Zutara only being dark and intriguing. Let's see where it comes from. This is Avatar Explained, exploring why Zutara didn't happen. First, two things. Number one, I'm not going to say a lot of nice things about Mike and Brian in this episode, so I want y'all to know that from what I've seen, they're caring, kind, and empathetic people. If nothing else, they've created two brilliant works of art, Avatar The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, that have meant so much to so many people. Number two, the original title of this video was Why the Creators of Avatar Hate Zutara, but I changed that, among other reasons, because it wasn't accurate. They don't hate Zutara. I'm not sure if they hate anything. From what I've seen, they're pretty dang good-natured. But they do view Zutara and its fans with bemusement and a sense of condescension. For instance, this is everything Brian Konietzko said about Zutara in the 2008 interview I quoted earlier. Zuko and Katara might have shared some sparks, but sometimes there are people along your journey of love who are there to teach you about yourself and what you need, but who do not necessarily become your partner. Come on, kids, Zutara never would have lasted. It was just dark and intriguing. I mean, the part about relationships that teach you about yourself and your desires, but don't necessarily last or build anything greater, is true and good advice that I think people would be well to take to heart, but it's not really a defense of Kataang or a criticism of Zutara. If Zutara happened and the creators were asked about Kataang, they could have given that exact same line about why Kataang didn't happen. It is more general life advice than anything specific to one relationship. Also, I must admit, the "come on kids" part kind of rubbed me the wrong way. There is a possibility that it is tongue-in-cheek, but even so, the insinuation that fans of Zutara are somehow more childish than those who support the creator's will strikes me as a tad short-sighted. If they had carefully considered the case for Zutara before deciding to disagree with it, I would accept that and I wouldn't complain. But the flippancy of his response suggests to me that they have not really thought about the case for Zutara, and assume that the people who support this make up only a tiny, annoying sliver of the fan base. This is further demonstrated in a comedy bit the showrunners put together as part of their presentation for Comic-Con 2008. It's called Book 4, Air, Chapter 1, Forbidden Love. Already we have two things fans love together. Number 1, new content. Number 2, shipping. So, it raises audience expectations, then proceeds to demolish them. In reality, even calling it a comedy bit is both giving it too much and too little credit. It's a troll, a very good troll, but still a troll. A masterful, masterful troll. If you think I'm being silly in using internet logo to describe a part of Avatar's actual Comic-Con presentation, I recommend you watch the entire bit. It's freely available on YouTube. It's exactly the kind of thing a hardcore, somewhat witty Kataang superfan would have thrown together in the Wild West of YouTube, meaning anywhere from 2006 to about 2011 or 2012. The fact that this is official floors me. It's the kind of thing that could have only existed in Comic-Con back in the day. Comic-Con in 2008 was about as big as it is now, but it was a bit less professional, for lack of a better term. It was more of an undiluted burst of energy, for better and for worse. You won't see Mike and Brian making a segment like this for the new Avatar show on Netflix in 2021 or so. It is very much a relic of an earlier time. But if it's a relic, let's do some archaeology. We start with Aang and Katara temporarily breaking up. Then we see Katara in bed with Zuko. They share some cliché romantic dialogue about how forbidden their love is. Up to this point, it's all good fun. This is also the kind of comedy bit where we see Aang with Azula and she's chewing on his ear. But eventually we switch back to Zuko and Katara, and she's expressing her passion for him, and he seems disinterested. She asks if, in reality, he was chasing after her all those months when he said he was chasing after the Avatar. But he ruins the moment, saying that no, he was really chasing the Avatar. The message is clear. These people have no chemistry, and they have no business being together. But just in case the point wasn't blunt enough, we got to fan art of Sokka, and he says that if you think Zuko and Katara should be together, you will be doomed to have terrible relationships. Now, obviously, this is not supposed to be taken at face value. The creators don't really believe that. But if we aren't supposed to take it at face value, how are we supposed to take it? There's no joke here, it's just an insult. That said, the greater insult comes later when Katara says that she feels like she has nothing in common with Zuko, and that he never talks to her about his dreams and feelings and hopes. I know they're trying to exaggerate, making it seem like Zuko and Katara would have this comedically terrible relationship, but for exaggerations you need a grain of truth, and there really isn't any here. It's just flatly false. It's just a mischaracterization. In the series proper, we see Zuko and Katara talk more about their personal desires and longings and ambitions with each other than they do with pretty much anyone. The segment cuts back to Aang and Katara, who are back together. Katara says that she never should have doubted the will of Mike and Brian, which I will admit is kind of funny. And then it's the end. We cut to Katara and Aang holding hands. Around them there are hearts, and it says Kataang forever. Even though this is a joke, it is hard not to see at least some bitterness on the part of Mike and Brian. To be fair, I do not entirely blame them. If I made a story in which romance is only a small part, and which spends much more time talking about questions of revenge and war and trauma, and then I saw a large portion of my fandom falling passionately in love with a non-canon pairing, I'd be a little annoyed too. But Mike and Brian aren't me. They're smart, savvy showrunners. They should at least be able to see where the Zuko and Katara pairing comes from. Artistically, there are signs that the showrunners have blinders when it comes to Kataang. They're so committed to the idea that that pairing is natural that they don't spend time actually trying to earn it. It is genuinely jarring how disconnected the designated Kataang episodes, such as The Cave of Two Lovers, The Headband, and The Fortune Teller, are from the rest of the series. As presented, these romantic bits feel a little tacked on. Also, because the showrunners were so committed to Kataang, they were not open to criticisms of that pairing. They were not open to looking at it from a more negative or even ambiguous light. They do not see that the way that relationship develops, particularly in Season 3, does not take into account the way Katara has grown and changed. It doesn't take into account what she wants. And if you're coming at it from that mindset, if Kataang is already a sure thing to you, then perhaps it is easier to see the Zutara fandom as just a group of kids who like the pairing because it's dark and intriguing, or because they look good together. Now, to be clear, they do look good together, and the pairing is dark and intriguing, but there is so much more to it than that. In a way, Konietzko and DiMartino are their own worst enemies here. If they had not spent so much time developing this surprising and fascinating bond between Zuko and Katara, they would not have so many dorks like me wanting to see that relationship grow and evolve and become romantic. That said, it is still a little disappointing that there seems to have been so little effort intellectually put into the show's romantic pairings. For the record, this is not just a problem with Kataang. 3 different romantic pairings in the show, Katara and Aang, Zuko and Mai, and Sokka and Suki, are variations on the same basic formula. At least one person knows they are completely and utterly in love with the other early on. There's not a lot of room for growth. And even moving away from specifics, the romantic relationships in this show just are not as complex and compelling as the bond between Zuko and Iroh. or the bond between Toph and Sokka. The relationship between Zuko and Katara is that complex. The moments in which it is explored are some of the artistic highlights of the show. I feel like Konietzko and DiMartino view romance on their shows as something they just develop on a whim, while they put all their actual intellectual effort into developing the other relationships. The most obvious and blatant example of this is Season 1 of The Legend of Korra, but it is not like the original series is free of it. This is disappointing. Romantic relationships can be fascinating and intricate and beautiful. If Konietzko and DiMartino had been willing to dedicate as much energy to crafting heartfelt and well-thought-out romantic relationships as they dedicated to working out all the other relationships in their shows, well, I'm not saying they necessarily would have made Zutara happen, but they certainly would not have said the only reason people ship Zutara is because it's dark and intriguing. Zutara, or the pairing of Zuko and Katara in Avatar: The Last Airbender, is consistently one of the most popular non-canon pairings of the last 10 years. I've made several videos on the topic, analyzing it from different angles, but I believe it is pertinent to focus on it from a practical standpoint. This video isn't really about whether Zutara should have happened, nor is it an exploration of what would have changed in the Avatar world if Zutara did happen. I've made videos on those topics already. Rather, it's an examination of the Avatar timeline and an exploration of how that timeline could possibly be bent to make Zutara happen without making that timeline silly or inane. If I was ordered by the powers that be to remake Avatar while changing as little as possible in terms of plot and characterization, while making Zutara happen, how would I do it? As I see it, there are two reasonable approaches. They are what I'm going to call the pre-turn hypothesis and the post-turn hypothesis. The former focuses on the end of the second season, when Zuko and Katara grow close for the first time, with Katara overcoming the hatred she had felt toward Zuko since Season 1. The latter focuses on the second half of Season 3, after Zuko has rejected his father, in doing so rejecting the ideals foisted upon him since he was young. He then gradually earns the trust of every member of Team Avatar, so that they see him not just as an enemy who happens to be being nice to them, but as a genuine ally. The last person he earns the trust of is Katara, who finally accepts him despite his betraying her personally at the end of Season 2. This is Avatar Explained, the two ways Zutara could have happened. Let's start with the pre-turn hypothesis. This centers on the scene where Zuko and Katara are imprisoned together in the catacombs of Old Ba Sing Se, the ancient city atop which modern Ba Sing Se was constructed. But before we dissect this scene, it is important to establish the state of the relationship between Aang and Katara at this juncture. Aang falls in love with Katara right at the start of the series, and he never stops being in love with her. However, her feelings toward him are much more ambiguous and complicated. While exactly how, when, and why Katara comes to view him romantically, rather than platonically, is not made explicit, what is made explicit is that this process takes time. In Season 1, Episode 14, The Fortune Teller, she rejects Sokka's suggestion that she and Aang are mutually attracted to each other. Though she and Aang share a secret kiss at the end of Episode 202, The Cave of Two Lovers, the state of the relationship still is not exactly clear. Though Aang has an opportunity to confess his feelings for her near the end of Episode 218, The Earth King, Sokka interrupts him, stopping him from doing so, and because of this, that tension lingers. Aang does not kiss her again until the midpoint of Season 3, and this is not an ordinary situation, as it occurs immediately before the invasion of the Fire Nation on the day of Black Sun. Her reaction to this kiss is confused at best, demonstrating that the relationship is not where Aang wants it to be. This provides an opportunity for Zuko. On one side there's Aang. He's not immature for his age, but he is immature. And he is much more immature than Katara. She has a lot of feelings that he is not capable of understanding. On the other side, we have Zuko. Given the opportunity to confide in a handsome older boy, who seemingly has a warm heart, she takes this opportunity. We see this twice. The first time is in Season 1, when she chooses to confide in Jet, despite the warning signs about him. She's betrayed, but that does not stop her from making the same sort of choice in episode 220, The Crossroads of Destiny, in which she chooses Zuko. That she makes this choice, despite how little time they have actually gotten to know each other, is not merely a function of Katara's extraordinary empathy, but also of her willingness and her desire to have someone like him in her life. The climax of the relationship in The Crossroads of Destiny comes when Katara offers to heal Zuko's scar. Zuko professes his belief that it cannot be fixed because it is a scar, but Katara persists. She has water from the Spirit Oasis in the North Pole, and as such, she has powers he knows not. That's what they're saying on the surface, but let's dig into this. Let's close read it. Let's analyze the symbolism. Zuko has, let's call it a complicated relationship with his scar. He says during his confessional conversation with Katara that he used to believe that the scar marked him as the banished prince doomed to always chase the Avatar, but that he doesn't believe that anymore. In the eyes of the show, he is both right and wrong about this. He is right in that the scar does not have to define him, but it does continue to define him until he decisively chooses to reject his father's values. When Zuko struggles to choose between evil, represented by his father and Azula, and good, represented by his uncle and, yes, Katara, the show does a neat shot-reverse shot with his scarred side and his unscarred side. This is beautiful from a technical standpoint, portraying these two sides of Zuko as two separate characters, but it also demonstrates that the mark continues to define him. The symbolism of scarred side equals bad Zuko, and unscarred side equals good Zuko, persists until Zuko finally manages to turn against his father in Season 3. During the Crossroads of Destiny, Zuko faces a dilemma. He is torn in two. Katara offers to resolve the contradiction between good and bad, between scarred and unscarred, not just by healing his scar, but also by offering him an opportunity to join her. Note that I didn't say join the Avatar. I said join her. If Aang and Iroh do not disrupt the intimate moment they're sharing, they likely kiss. Even if they don't kiss, her healing his scar means that whatever he does from this point onward exists in the shadow of her choice. Now, this does not necessarily mean that Zuko would not be capable of betraying her. After all, Uncle Iroh dedicated his entire life to helping Zuko, and Zuko still betrayed him. But the difference is that the help Katara offers is more tangible. If she had healed his scar, he would not have been able to look at himself without thinking about what she did for him. He would be constantly reminded of the help Katara gave him. Thus, the likelihood of Zuko betraying Katara if she heals his face is significantly lower. It's also possible that even if he does betray her, she wins him back with her personal pleas while they're fighting at the end of the episode. These pleas do not succeed in the original timeline of Avatar, but if she heals his face, they are more likely to get through to Zuko. But I said at the beginning of the video that I wanted to change Avatar as little as possible while making Zutara happen. Having Zuko join Team Avatar at the end of Season 2 changes a lot. So let's say that doesn't happen. What if, instead, they become very intimate, even more so than in the original timeline, but he betrays her anyway? Does Katara still choose to become closer to Aang? Superficially, the answer appears to be yes. In the original timeline, her move toward Aang can be read as a response to Zuko betraying her, and that holds true here. However, the closer Zuko and Katara become in the Crossroads of Destiny, the more likely it is that Katara chooses to swear off romance entirely, even with Aang. This is in the period immediately after he betrays her. Katara is, for better and for worse, an intensely emotional person. If Zuko's betrayal cuts deeply enough, she could decide that romance just does not make sense for her at this juncture. She's been hurt too much for her to trust in it, so she doesn't become closer to Aang. However, when Zuko returns, and she forgives him in the Southern Raiders, they discover that there still exists a spark between them. Because Katara isn't already tending toward a romantic connection with Aang, she discovers that spark. Now for the post-turn hypothesis. In this version of events, everything in the first 2 seasons happens exactly as it does in the original series. Not a single episode or incident changes. But Season 3 is different. Critics of Avatar's 3rd season, Book 3, Fire, contend that it is paced a little too fast. And while I adore the 3rd season of Avatar, it's probably my favorite season of that show because of some truly euphoric highs, like the Southern Raiders and the Firebending Masters. I must agree that these criticisms are valid. So split Season 3 into 2 seasons. Maybe they're not a full 20 episodes apiece, but they are at least 15 episodes apiece. Season 3 ends with Zuko turning against his father and deciding to join the Avatar. Our imaginary Season 4, then, would cover everything from that point to the end of the series. That would allow the ending of the series to have pacing as natural and confident as Season 2, and it would make Zuko's transition into Team Avatar a lot more gradual. He could spend more time bonding with the various members of Team Avatar, and as we see from his interactions with the 4 of them, the member of Team Avatar he has the most in common with is, who else but Katara. Sokka gradually becomes closer to him, but they initially have very little rapport, and not only because Zuko spent almost the entirety of Season 1 chasing Aang around the world. They are very different people, and they have very different ways of processing things. Sokka is not free of angst, but he typically buries it under sarcasm and deflection. Or else he comically overreacts, such as in episode 208, when he becomes irate when Toph implies that he does not count as a full member of the team because he does not have bending. This taps into a real anxiety of his that is explored in episode 304, Sokka's Master, but it's demonstrated here in such an over-the-top way that he's almost asking to be made fun of. Zuko handles his problems differently. Instead of deflecting or overreacting, he lays all of his angst out there in plain sight. This is an asset to him. He does not always understand exactly what it is that he really wants, but he is consistently throughout the series willing to admit that he is not satisfied. This is a major reason why, in Season 3, he is able to leave his father. He knows what he has is not really what he wants. He knows it is not enough. Toph and Zuko share a lot in common, and the contours of that relationship is explored in episode 317, the Ember Island players, but Zuko is strangely unwilling to explore the similarities between them. This is best demonstrated by his unwillingness to go on a life-changing field trip with Toph in episode 318, The Phoenix King. Perhaps he feels a disconnect because of the age difference between them. Toph is 12, while Zuko is 16. That's the difference between a high schooler and a middle schooler. As for Aang, Zuko grows to like him, but even though Aang is the Avatar, Zuko treats him more like a younger brother than like an equal. He even calls Aang a smart kid in episode 313, The Firebending Masters. Katara, though, is different. The two of them understand each other in a way that they don't really understand anyone else. If more time passed between the time Zuko joins the group and at the end of the show, it is not inconceivable to see Katara moving away from Aang and towards Zuko, perhaps after Aang's disastrous kiss in episode 317, The Ember Island Players. One would not have to change the structure of the show, just expand it. My favorite part of Avatar is what Avatar diehards colloquially refer to as the Zuko field trip arc, which is where Zuko travels around the world with the various members of Team Avatar and earns their trust. After Team Avatar loses the Battle of the Day of Black Sun decisively because of Azula's trickery and deceit, they don't know what to do. They're helpless. And then Zuko shows up and offers to help guide them. As he helps them, they gradually begin to hope again. Were this section to be expanded, there would be more room for this transformation to take place. This section of the story is driven less by external conflicts and more by internal tension, which Zuko engenders, fights, and gradually overcomes. This is most evident in regards to Katara, as she is the least willing to trust him even after he joins the group because of what he did to her at the end of Season 2. But expanding the process of her forgiving him beyond just the Southern Raiders would give her more time to learn about him. And it would give him more time to learn about her. It would give them more time to develop and sustain romantic feelings toward each other. It would allow Zutara to develop naturally. Everything else stays the same. Aang still defeats Ozai. Katara and Zuko still team up to fight Azula at the end. But in the last scene of the show, instead of that awkward kiss between Katara and Aang that kind of comes out of nowhere, at least in regards to Katara's motivation, we would have a kiss between Katara and Zuko that would fit the development of not only their characters individually, but also the development of the relationship between them. Even though Avatar: The Last Airbender is widely regarded as not just one of the greatest animated television shows of all time, but one of the greatest television shows of its entire era, animated or otherwise, the romantic pairing at the center of the show, Aang and Katara, has proved divisive. There are those who like this pairing, and I am happy for them. Really, I am. Then there are those who are indifferent to this pairing, which is reasonable, as Avatar: The Last Airbender is not primarily, or even secondarily, a show about romance. But then there are those who are unsettled by this pairing, and this is a reasonable response, as Katara herself seems unsettled by it. In the last episode before the 4-part finale, Sozin's Comet, that episode being the Ember Island Players, Aang kisses Katara, and she looks genuinely uncomfortable. She says she does not know what she wants. She says these are complicated times and she has a lot on her mind. But in the series finale, they share a kiss in the last scene of this episode, and it is supposed to be this grand romantic moment. But it falls kind of flat for me because there is no real indication as to why Katara wants this. They could have explained this, but they didn't, and this, combined with how the show never seriously forces Aang to reconsider his naivete in regards to romantic matters, have led a large contingent of the fandom to support the pairing of Zutara, or Katara and Zuko. Aang is a child. I mean, yes, technically they're all children, but Aang is 12 and he acts significantly younger than Katara. Not just in terms of how excitable he can be and how he is unwilling to think out a lot of situations ahead of time, but also in regards to how he never really contemplates who Katara is as a person. He just sees her as the object of his desire, does not really consider her beyond his personal perspective. In contrast, the maturity of Katara and Zuko compared to the rest of Team Avatar, coupled with their more serious outlooks on life and their similar strategies with dealing with pain and trauma, and considering how much of their character growth is inextricable from the growth in their relationship, with them starting off as people who hate each other and then slowly growing closer as they learn that the other person is less one-dimensional than they had originally thought. All of this has contributed to people yearning for the pairing to happen. My question is this: what if the pairing did actually happen? Obviously, I'm not arguing that they got married and had kids. The Legend of Korra pretty definitively rules that out. Aang and Katara got married and had 3 kids: Kaya, Bumi, and Korra's mentor Tenzin. And there is no reason to believe the 2 of them got divorced. But is it impossible to believe that she had a secret relationship with Zuko? I don't necessarily think so. The 2 of them have a tender connection in the caves beneath Ba Sing Se in the Season 2 finale, The Crossroads of Destiny. It is quite difficult, I think, to read this scene outside a romantic, or at least romance-adjacent context. After they have had a long and heartfelt discussion in which Zuko has dispelled Katara's prejudices about him, Katara offers to heal the scar on Zuko's face, to which Zuko responds that this is not possible. But then Katara reveals that she has water with special healing properties from the Spirit Oasis. Zuko thinks this would be a wonderful thing if she could heal his face, and then she places a hand on his face, and the music swells. It's an earnest, unguarded moment, fueling not entirely unjustified speculation that had the scene continued, they would have kissed. But it did not continue. Zuko, later in the episode, betrays Team Avatar, and Katara takes this betrayal very personally, as she was the one who gave Zuko a second chance despite his past mistakes. There are 2 distinct temporal stretches during which Zutara could have happened. The first is after Katara forgives Zuko at the end of the fabulously written and genuinely ambiguous episode 316, The Southern Raiders, and the second stretch is sometime after the end of the series. Let us consider the first possibility, first. While it is true that Katara's behavior toward him after she forgives him is not explicitly romantic, it certainly is warm and tender and affectionate, even compared to her treatment toward the rest of the group. Unlike Aang, who belittled her decision at first, and only later said that he supported the idea of her confronting the man who killed her father, Zuko is the one who convinces her that this idea is possible, that she can confront him, that she does not have to stay in the fog of these demons of the past. Regarding why Katara has not looked for this man before, you could say that she just does not have the information, but I'm not sure that idea really holds up under scrutiny. The only information Zuko directly gives her regarding who killed her mother is that the ravens that were on the flag of the ship that had the people who killed her parents, that those ravens symbolize the Southern Raiders. This is not very specific information. I mean, it's not information that an ordinary Joe in the Fire Nation would have, but it is not like super top secret stuff. I'm sure they could have found that out from a lot of different places. Zuko doesn't even know where the ship is. They have to break in just to discover that. Katara could have done that by herself, had she the desire to. And not just the desire, the feeling that it's justified, that it's right, that it is okay for her to want this. Their journey from the South Pole to the end of the show, Sozin's Comet, is about 9 months. It starts sometime in late fall, before the winter solstice, and it ends before the end of summer, or right around the end of summer, which would be about September or so our time. So about 9 or 10 months. That is not a lot of time considering everything that happens, but it is more than enough time for Katara to rough up some random Fire Nation goons and get information on the people who killed her mother. I mean, she roughs up some people just to get information on the Earth Rumble tournament in Season 2. And this is far more important to her than the Earth Rumble. What she was lacking was not really information, it was clearance, moral clearance. Katara has mothered her brother since her actual mother died, and she has been the mother figure in Team Avatar since its inception. So she is not supposed to divert from this responsible role, but Zuko gives her permission to do so. And it's not even about this issue in particular, although this is very important to Katara. Looking on a larger scale, it's that he genuinely considers what she needs and what is bothering her, and he wants to help her. Sure, he's doing this for arguably selfish reasons, to convince her to accept him, but even that's not entirely selfish. I mean, he doesn't need her acceptance, unlike Aang. Katara has already said she would go along with having him in the group, but he very much values her opinion, in large part because she gave him that chance back in Ba Sing Se, and he wants to convince her to really believe in him. No, she does not demonstrate any romantic interest in him during this time period, but then again, she does not really demonstrate any romantic interest in Aang during this time period either. There is exactly one time before the finale wherein she expresses explicit romantic interest in him, and that is at the end of The Cave of Two Lovers. And it's when, number one, they're about to die, and number two, in one of the least essential, most critically panned episodes of the show. It's not exactly anyone's favorite, except for hardcore Katara and Aang shippers. From the point at which Katara forgives Zuko to the end of the series, Katara's interactions with Zuko are warmer than Katara's interactions with Aang. The two of them are comfortable with each other. Based on what little we know about Katara's wants and desires, it would have made as much sense for her to track down Zuko and kiss him at the end of the show as it does for her to kiss Aang. The only reason the writing team behind Avatar does not think this strange is that they analyzed it primarily from Aang's point of view. Based on the tenderness in Katara's interactions with Zuko, I don't think it's absurd to imagine her kissing him sometime after they defeated Azula. Based on the state of Zuko's recovery, there are likely months that pass between the defeat of the Fire Lord and the scene in the Jasmine Dragon. Is it too hard to believe that Katara kissed Zuko, then Zuko told her about May, and Katara decided to go with Aang instead? Alternatively, consider after the ending of the series. Aang has his Avatar duties, which means the burden of raising the kids, especially the two of them who are not airbenders, mostly falls on Katara. Is it too hard to believe that even though Katara agreed to this situation, she might have a little resentment toward it? As far as we know, she is the only member of Team Avatar who does not have a statue in The Legend of Korra. Would it be so wrong for Katara to respond to this storm of resentment by kissing Zuko? Not an extended affair, of course not. I mean, I don't imagine Katara as being the kind of person who would regularly commit infidelity in marriage, but just a kiss or two. And some sweet words. And the two of them swapping tales of the past after Katara's kids are in bed. Just enough to remind Katara of that summer day in the catacombs of Ba Sing Se, when her perception of Zuko was changed forever. This is not the first Zutara video I have made, and one would be justified in wondering why I'm so interested in resurrecting a ship war that ended back in 2008, when I was only 8 years old. Is it just that I rewatch Avatar at least once every year, and every time I do, I yearn for these two to be together? That's part of it. But a bigger part might be that the central love story of Avatar playing out the way that it does reveals the show's most major blind spot for me. The show has very few flaws, but this is one of them. And that is that it can only fleetingly contradict Aang's perspective. Far more often than not, it sides with him and doesn't acknowledge his flaws like it acknowledges the flaws of other characters, such as Zuko or even Katara. Now, I want to make clear that I do not think the show considers Aang perfect, and it calls him out occasionally, such as in episode 117, the Northern Air Temple, but this happens only infrequently, and it does not really affect who he is. The only time he's really held account for his behavior is when he holds himself account for running away, and he gets over that by the end of Season 1. I am fine with the show considering him to be right about certain things, such as sparing the life of the Fire Lord. But other things, such as his senseless determination to clear his name in episode 205, Avatar Day, or his boundless enthusiasm to go to school in episode 302, that bizarre Footloose parody of an episode, or more seriously, his desire to extricate everyone else from the conflict between him and the Fire Lord in episode 301, do not have lasting consequences. Sure, in that final case, he ostensibly learns that he can't do this himself, and that he has to rely on others, but that's kind of contradicted because at the very end of the show, he faces down Ozai alone, with no one helping him. It's not like Zuko, when he faces Azula, he has Katara with him, kind of demonstrating that he's grown from being alone to being part of a group. Aang stands alone, and the show supports him in this. Now, Aang is a kid, he makes mistakes, that's fine. I do not want him to be perfect. But while he becomes more mature in certain ways, such as choosing to stand and be the Avatar instead of running away, or choosing to not bow to the opinions of others and instead choosing to remain devoted to his own convictions, he does not grow to really understand the lives and experiences of others. Think of the desert, wherein he leaves them to die in order to look for Appa. Or in Nightmares and Daydreams, wherein he forces everyone else to stop their own preparations for the final battle in order to just take care of him and make sure he does not go insane. They eventually build him this nice, soft, fluffy bed made of koala sheep wool, and this is a very nice and friendly gesture, but why should they constantly have to sacrifice for him when he very rarely does the opposite? And this is especially true in terms of romance. He falls in love with Katara early, so he wants to be with her, and he thinks this will happen even though he has very little evidence to support this outside his own naive beliefs. Again, this is fine. He's young. He has a crush. I'm sure a lot of us can relate to that. I know this video might be coming off as a little anti-Aang, so I want to clarify that I do not hate Aang. I think he is a perfectly fine protagonist who is deserving of respect, especially in regards to his pacifist stance. My problem is that the show creates these fascinating characters like Sokka or Katara, and then proves unwilling to look at things from their perspective when their perspectives conflict with Aang's. The only exceptions come in certain episodes, such as the Southern Raiders, or anything related to Zuko. We will come back to him later. The show becomes so committed to going with the Aang finally gets into a relationship with the girl of his dreams storyline that they failed to examine things from Katara's perspective. Up until the end, their relationship has very much been about Katara taking care of him when he cannot take care of himself. When Aang can't earthbend, who does he go to? Katara. When Aang flies into a rage because Sandbenders kidnapped Appa, who comforts him and coaxes him out of the Avatar state? Katara. If the relationship between them is that of a younger brother and an older sister, this is fine, but it is shaky ground upon which to build a romantic relationship. And sadly, it seems to extend into their adult lives. Based on the information we have from The Legend of Korra, it seems as though Katara was the one who always had to take care of the glamourless domestic responsibilities, while Aang attained all the praise and fame and regard by serving the world as the Avatar. I cannot say this makes me comfortable. However, I am not against this pairing because it's uncomfortable or because it's culturally problematic or because it sends retrograde messages. Not that these are illegitimate reasons, they're just not my particular reasons. I'm against it because it just does not work narratively. Despite what Brian and Mike have said about preferring Kataang from the beginning, the actual text is much more ambiguous on that front. There are indeed moments that suggest it is meant to be, such as the end of the Season 1 episode, The Fortune Teller, a widely criticized and quite controversial episode, wherein Aunt Wu gives Katara the prediction that she will marry a powerful bender. And then, by the end of the episode, Sokka calls Aang a powerful bender, and Katara is left staring at him. However, there are just as many moments that cast a questionable light on their pairing. Especially, confusingly enough, in the third and final season of the show, the one that immediately precedes their getting together. Aang's crush is played for laughs and nightmares and daydreams, and in the Ember Island Players, he kisses her, and she reacts negatively, saying she is very confused. There is real tension here that is never adequately resolved, which makes it very strange that the series ends on the two of them kissing. Avatar is not even a romantically focused show. Why is this the image you decide to end your decade-defining show on? You might have noticed that throughout this video, I have compiled far more evidence arguing that Katara should not have chosen Aang, or more accurately, that the writers should not have had her choose Aang. Then I have gathered evidence supporting the case that Katara should have chosen Zuko. That is not unintentional. I like the Zutara pairing. I want to make that clear. I love how they start out hating each other because they don't understand each other, and I love how Katara gives Zuko a second chance, and they start realizing that they have a lot more in common than they had suspected. And I love that after Zuko joins the group, he is so dedicated to earning Katara's respect and appreciation, even though practically he does not really have to. I love how they are the two most mature members of Team Avatar, facing their pain directly instead of deflecting it with sarcasm or understatement, as Sokka and Toph do. They understand each other, and they make each other better people. That their relationship started out so antagonistically meant that they had to search for what they had in common, and they thus found that they have comparable perspectives on life and grief. I love all this, and I believe it makes them compatible, and they certainly have more in common than Katara and Aang. But that does not necessarily mean that they have to be together. I do not have an innate problem with them just being friends. I do not believe that every two attractive people who understand each other should be in a romantic relationship. However, if Katara has to have a romantic partner by the end of Avatar, even though Avatar has placed relatively little emphasis on romantic relationships, then she should be with Zuko. Because it certainly should not be Aang. One relationship is the case of a kid getting everything he wanted without really having to learn anything. And the other is a relationship between two teenagers who actually understand each other and who have an equal bond. I support Zutara completely, but I mostly support it in the case that it saves us from the awkward, bizarre relationship that is Katara and Aang. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a show about a lot of things. It's a show about forgiveness and sacrifice and personal growth. It's a show about Eastern philosophy, about the aftermath of war, about the conflict between personal desire and what is best for the world at large. It is not primarily or even secondarily a show about romance, but nonetheless, 15 years after the show's release, fans continue arguing about the two most intriguing pairings. One of these is the canon pairing of Aang and Katara, while the other is probably the most popular fan pairing, that being Zuko and Katara. And based on how my Avatar videos have done since the series was released to Netflix, particularly my Zutara-related videos, it appears as though this debate is going to continue raging for a long time to come, for as long as Avatar remains popular. So I would like to break down why I believe this debate is still raging. Is it just because Zutara is a more dramatically interesting pairing, and fans are upset it didn't happen? Well, speaking as a Zutara partisan, that's part of it, but it's not the whole picture. The gulf between Zutara fans and Kataang fans is really about how we relate to stories and what we expect from them. This is a divide that is only growing larger with time, so I think it is worth addressing it through the prism of the Zutara versus Kataang debates that we're all used to. All of us, that is, except for you new fans. If you're new to the Avatar fandom, well, first and foremost, I welcome you. I hope you enjoy it here. Compared to other fandoms, it's quite considerate and caring. But if you spend enough time here, you're bound to be caught up in one of the Zutara versus Kataang debates. They're an inextricable part of the fandom. Even though, again, romance is not the main focus of Avatar. There are two major reasons why this divide has become so great, and I will detail them here. Number one, the divide over what a relationship should be in fiction. Now, this seems obvious. What is shipping about if it's not about which relationship the audience finds appealing? But what I mean is that the divide between Zutara and Kataang speaks to a larger, more systematic divide between two different archetypes. A significant portion of relationships in fiction fall into one of these two archetypes. Superficially, Aang represents a vision of romance that is sweet and nice, but rather safe and predictable, while Zuko represents a vision of romance that is mysterious and appealing, but also dangerous and maybe unhealthy. I would argue that these two archetypes do not define Zuko and Aang particularly well, especially as the series goes along. But these two archetypes do exist, and they are a major dividing line, and I do not blame casual fans for dividing Aang and Zuko into these two archetypes. The vision the show is trying to promote is that the relationship between Katara and Aang is healthier than a romantic relationship between Zuko and Katara would be. And while I do not quite believe in that, as Katara and Zuko understand each other a lot more than the typical bad boy in the role that Zuko fills here. Still, I do not have anything against people sorting Zuko into this kind of bad boy box, especially on first impression. There's also the question of perspective. From whose point of view are you examining these relationships? If you're examining it from Aang's point of view, if Aang is the character you most closely relate with, then it would be natural for you to support the pairing of Aang and Katara, as Aang wants nothing more than this pairing. He's obsessed with Katara from the moment he meets her, and this obsession pays off, as by the end of the show, the relationship has happened because of Aang's persistence. However, if you identify more with Katara, then you may not have the same perspective as those who identify more with Aang, and your judgment about these two relationships depends on which you think best benefits Katara. There are those who say that Aang's gentleness and the degree to which he cares about Katara make him a better partner for her than Zuko, as the two of them started off as enemies before becoming friends, and the early interactions between them are genuinely uncomfortable. Then there are those who prefer Zutara for the same reasons. They like that sense of danger and the adventure it evokes. However, there are a second group of Zutara fans, and I would consider myself part of this group, who like the relationship because we like how Zuko's perspective on Katara shifts throughout the show. No, he did not really respect her when they first met, but he grew to care about her when she showed empathy for him when no one else did. And even though he betrayed her at the end of Season 2, he grew to deeply regret that mistake. And even after all the rest of Team Avatar accepts him, he still yearns for Katara's approval. He really cares about what she thinks of him. We also argue that Zuko better understood the trauma Katara had endured, the darkness inside her, and her inability to just move past what had happened, especially compared to the more upbeat and childish Aang. Obviously, there are those who disagree with this point of view, including the showrunners themselves, which leads us to the second major gulf. Division number 2. To what degree does canon matter? I've always found canon to be such a strange and heightened word to be dragged into fandom debates. It comes from a Greek word meaning law. That word passed into Latin, and like the rest of the Latin language, it stayed alive even after the fall of the Roman Empire because of the Catholic Church. It came to refer to church doctrine, both in general and in regards to which biblical books are to be considered legitimate, as opposed to which are to be considered apocryphal. This is how it came to be transferred into the terms of the debate over which of a collection of works are to be considered official. You're looking at, say, the Shakespeare canon, then your task is fairly straightforward, if not easy. You just have to look at all the works attributed to Shakespeare and consider which of them are actually from Shakespeare. However, if you're considering a franchise, this becomes significantly more difficult. It's easy to say that everything the author writes is canon and nothing else, but what if the author is dead? And how does that extend to other mediums? Obviously, the Lord of the Rings books are canon to that series, but what about the movies? What about the rest of Tolkien's Legendarium that was published after his death? Now, the way a lot of people get around this is that they just say that everything that is officially licensed is canon, while everything else is not. For example, Zutara did not happen at the end of Avatar, so it is not considered canon, whereas Kataang did, so that is canon. But I still have a problem with this, as it still necessitates the existence of a centralized authority determining what is canon and what isn't, and personally I find the debate to be kind of ridiculous anyway. So I am glad that with the overabundance of fanfiction we have these days, the glimmer and radiance of canon has dimmed a bit. It's become a little less important. I've never been comfortable with how we talk about fandom in almost religious language, right down to the author's words about their own show being considered word of God. Pop culture is not a religion, even if some people treat it as such, and it wouldn't even be a good thing if it was. The pressure to support the canon pairing versus the freedom to support your own pairing plays itself out in the Zutara versus Kataang debates. As time has progressed, it feels like the pressure to support that which is canon has died down a bit, and for this I am glad. There shouldn't just be one definitive version of the Zuko and Katara and Aang story, just like there isn't one definitive version of Greek myths or superhero comics. While I do have problems with a lot of fanfiction, much of it has to do with that almost all of it is terrible, and if not terrible, at least not as good as the original work. I have no problems with it philosophically or ethically. Whatever your stance on the Kataang versus Zutara debate, it should be determined by examining the relationships and thinking about which of them really works, not just about which one actually happened in the show itself. The belief that the pairing of Zuko and Katara, or Zutara, would not be a healthy relationship is a fairly common one. It's one I understand coming from hardcore Kataang fans, and I wish them no ill, really, but its prevalence among those who have no real interest in Avatar shipping is rather troubling to me. It does not come only from fans, but also from the show creators themselves. There are two major examples of this. The first comes from an interview the creators did in 2008 for a paperback version of the 4-part Sozin's Comet finale, where they admit that, number one, they always had a soft spot for Kataang, which is fine, and number two, Zutara never would have lasted. The full line from Konietzko is, "Come on, kid, Zutara never would have lasted. It was just dark and intriguing." For the record, despite the whiff of condescension here, I don't really have a problem with this. The second comes from a now infamous slideshow that the creators presented during Comic-Con, also in 2008. And wow, Comic-Con was so different just 12 years ago. They teased fans with a Book 4 Air, in which Zuko and Katara got together. Then they break up, saying that, "Oh, we have nothing in common," and then Katara goes back to Aang. I will admit that this is presented as a joke, but I heartily disagree with the faction of the internet that seems to believe that any terrible thing you do can be excused as long as you say you're joking. Now, I'm not saying this is a terrible thing, but it's also not exactly in good taste. Again, if you jokingly say something cruel, but there's no punchline or greater commentary, then you're just self-consciously being cruel. Jokes can and should be criticized just like any other art form. That's not censorship, it's good judgment. The jokes here are immature and shallow. Saying that Zuko and Katara do not have anything in common is just very simply not true. It's provably not true. There are instances in the show where they talk about what they think about the world, what they believe, how they feel about each other. It's there in the text itself. This is not just fans making this up. True, if Zutara had happened in Season 1, it would have been a relationship fueled more by hate than by love, which I do not find particularly appealing. For the record, if you do like that kind of relationship in fiction, I do not think you're a bad person who deserves to be in an unhealthy relationship. And the faux progressive online assault on those who ship unhealthy relationships rather annoys and bores me. But no, Zuko and Katara circa Season 1 is not really my cup of tea. If Avatar were a lesser show that did not work toward transforming not only the character of Zuko, but also the relationship between him and Katara, then no, I would not support this pairing. Now, this does not mean I would support Kataang, a pairing I have never found appealing. Rather, I would root for Katara to end up with no one. Konietzko and DiMartino have always seemed rather agnostic to the idea of romance in their shows, whether Avatar or Korra, which is probably why the most famous fan pairing in Avatar, that being Zutara, was something that comes about despite the best intentions of the creators. They did not try to make this happen, and yet they incidentally wrote a better relationship than the so-called official relationship. What makes Zutara work starts when the two of them interact on common ground for the first time in the Season 2 finale episode, The Crossroads of Destiny. The sequence of events that led them there is quite interesting. Zuko would never have been thrown in jail if Azula did not know he was in the city, and Azula only knows he's in the city because Katara, believing she's really a Kyoshi warrior and not someone dressed as a Kyoshi warrior, tells her about Zuko, and she only tells her about Zuko because she sees Zuko in the city, and instead of correctly assuming that he's trying to get back on the right track, she believes he's in there for evil purposes. Azula confronts Zuko, who foolishly decides to try and fight her instead of trying to escape with Uncle Iroh. So they are brought together in this cell by Katara's misunderstanding, and yet their conversation in this episode goes a long way toward correcting that same misunderstanding. True, even if this were not the case, the stakes of Zuko's conversation here and his attempt to try and redeem himself would still be high, because we, the audience, have watched Zuko wander around the Earth Kingdom throughout the season, gradually moving toward a position where he is capable of great change, and reconciling with a member of Team Avatar would do a lot toward putting him on the path toward change. But also consider this, that they're here needlessly because Katara did not trust him makes it all the more essential that Katara learns to trust him. Shockingly, he convinces her. Katara is surprised at the level of introspection and vulnerability shown by someone she had believed to be nothing more than a straight villain, and she offers to heal his scar. She even places a hand on his face. There is a romantic undercurrent to this scene, especially with the music. They understand each other truly and deeply, which makes it all the more crushing when Zuko decides to betray her nonetheless. A lot of the scenes that people try to use to justify their belief that this relationship would be unhealthy come from the part of the show when Zuko is trying to plead his case and ingratiate himself to Team Avatar, and Katara consistently rejects him. Number one, I don't think this is fair at all, considering this is before she accepts him again. But also, number two, it kind of strangely demonstrates why the relationship could work. There's no artifice there. Katara's anger is righteous and earned. She's willing to be brutally honest with him in a way that she really isn't with any other member of the group, except maybe Toph. And this is not just because Zuko betrayed her, but because they had that moment of connection in the first place. As importantly, Zuko accepts that she feels this way, and he does not even really try to defend himself. Instead, he searches for her forgiveness, something she finally gives him at the end of episode 316, The Southern Raiders. Because he was willing to do something that seems on the surface very basic, but is actually very important and essential, and that is just listen to what she actually wants. Listen to what she thinks and what she believes. Katara is the caretaker of the group. She spends so much time obsessed with the well-being of others. She spends so much time thinking about what would be best for the group as a whole, and a significantly less amount of time thinking about what would be best for her personally. This is an underrated component of why she forgives Zuko. It's not only that he helped her get the closure she so desperately needed in regards to the death of her mother, but that he asked. He cared instead of just expecting her to take care of him and the others. One could say that he only did this because he wanted her acceptance, but number one, the fact that he wanted her acceptance in the first place, even though he did not really need it, considering everyone else in the group had ingratiated him and he very much had already redeemed himself, demonstrates how much he does care. And number two, he continues paying close attention to her even after she decides to forgive him. After all, she is the one he asks to come with him to fight Azula. She is the one he trusts the most. He values her not just as an object of adolescent attraction, but as a fully separate human being with interesting thoughts and beliefs and desires outside of how she directly interacts with him. This, I believe, is the main difference between how Aang sees her and how Zuko sees her. Even if you don't agree with my criticisms of Aang, however, I have assembled here a mountain of evidence that contradicts the too common belief that Zuko is this distant, still kind of callous person who has little in common with Katara. Of all the potential pairings in the show, Zuko and Katara probably spend the most time talking about each other as equals. Zuko is the oldest member of Team Avatar at 16, and even though Katara is only 14, she has been forced to grow up quickly because her mother died, her father left, and she had to take care of her brother. The two of them are able to take a far more adult perspective on matters than the other members of Team Avatar. They're able to look outside themselves, not just in an abstract, oh, I need to save the world way, but in a truly thoughtful and empathetic way. They're able to put aside their egos. If they were in a relationship, they would be able to tend to each other's needs, definitely. The continuing popularity of Zutara speaks to a level of dissatisfaction with the canon pairing of Katara and Aang, but that can't be all it is, can it? Avatar fans don't only support Zutara because they're indifferent or antagonistic toward Kataang, but because the pairing actively appeals to them. What makes the relationship between these two so dynamic and fascinating? What makes so many people want to see it become romantic? There are many reasons why people support the pairing of these two, and I will not pretend to list all of them. Even though I find the relationship between these two to be the most interesting in the show, an equal bond between two mature, thoughtful, grief-stricken people that grows as they learn more about each other and are willing to make sacrifices for each other. While I do not personally want to pass judgment on people for why they ship Zutara, or for why they ship anything as long as they're not obnoxious about it, I don't ship Zutara because of the initial hostility they have toward each other, or simply because they look good together. These, to me, are not particularly great reasons to support this pairing. So what are the best reasons, if you ask me, to ship these two? Let's investigate. First, we have to talk about who Zuko and Katara are as characters. The extent to which film criticism on the internet focuses on character arcs both annoys and delights me. Delights me because it's an accessible way to discuss character and bypass all the superficial sound and fury of a work annoys me because it is rather reductionist at times, reducing character work to something that's linear and extricable from the themes of the work as a whole, which of course it's not. That said, I think it is fairly uncontroversial to suggest that every decision a character makes and every action a character takes should augment the understanding the audience has of that character. Zuko's first positive interaction with a member of Team Avatar is with Aang, sure, but his connection with Katara is different. Aang is willing to give everyone a second chance. He is a steadfast practitioner of agape, the universal love for mankind. Katara is different. She is intense both in her passions and her hatreds. Unlike Aang, she is not mercurial. While Aang leaves the group to die in the desert after Appa disappears and then blows up at them near the end of the show when they expect him to kill the Fire Lord, Katara just lets her pain simmer. Even though, when he's trying to convince her to not go after the man who killed her mother, one of the few times he expresses any sort of empathy toward her feelings, and it's in a negative context. Even though in this instance he compares his grief about losing his people to hers about her mother, they're not really the same thing. Aang and Katara are different people who handle grief differently. I don't blame Aang for not knowing this. He's a child. He's like 12. But we, as the audience, as adults, rewatching the show, should know better. Aang reacts vividly when he learns his people died, but he does not carry that grief around with him. It comes back at points, but only in more cathartic terms, such as when he's with the Guru in episode 219. In other words, he performs his grief in a more socially acceptable manner, compared to Katara, who is not that perfect, who is flawed, and who cannot conceal or compartmentalize her pain that easily. As much as some fans mock her for how much she talks about her mother, every time she does, it's motivated and it's raw, and it's a true expression of her grief, and she should not be penalized for that. Even though Katara is like this, she gives Zuko another chance. And that means a lot to him. He knows how much this resonates, not just because of where he is in his position of trying to turn around his life, but also because he knows how intensely Katara feels these things. Yes, he does end up betraying her trust, but he is disgusted by that choice. His dissatisfaction after he arrives back in the Fire Lord's good graces is not just because of the choice he made, but because of the people he betrayed. Uncle Iroh, of course, has always been there for him, but Katara had no reason to be there for him. She had no reason to give him another chance, and yet she did, and he let her down. Because of this, he is willing to go to extreme lengths to earn Katara's forgiveness, even though he has already redeemed himself, even though the rest of Team Avatar has already forgiven him. Meanwhile, Katara's journey throughout the show is about overcoming the darkness inside herself and coming to terms not just with the death of her mother, but how the death of her mother forced her to shoulder far more burdens than any child should have to. Her relationship with Zuko helps her accomplish this. We know what she thinks of him at basically every point of the show. We know how her opinion of him changes. We can track that throughout the show. But what does she think about Aang as a person, not just as the Avatar? She thinks he's sweet, and her opinions toward him are mostly positive, but we're given very little information about what the relationship is like, romantically or otherwise. A very large portion of their relationship is just about Katara having to clean up the messes Aang's flaws get them into, such as when they're in the desert, and Katara has to glue the team together and make sure they don't die, or even when Aang is trying to learn earthbending, and he fails miserably, and who has to try and take care of him? Katara. Think about episode 309, the one right before they invade the Fire Nation. Everyone is stressed, everyone has to prepare for this great battle, but Aang, in his own anxiety, does not really consider what everyone else is going through. And while everyone suffers because of Aang, and everyone does not get to relax before the battle and instead has to devote all their energies to helping him, despite that, Katara is the one who again has to shoulder most of the burden. And what does getting together with Aang accomplish for her character? Not really anything. All it does is allow for Aang to get with the girl of his dreams, demonstrating that, at least romantically, he has not grown from the person he was at the beginning of the show. There is also the issue of equality. I really like the relationship between Katara and Zuko because both partners are about at the same level, emotionally and intellectually. Sure, they can be impulsive. Sure, they can make foolish decisions. They're still teenagers, but they're intelligent, capable, mature teenagers. They can look outside themselves and consider what would be best for those around them. A lot has been made of the age difference between Aang and Katara, with him only being 12 at the start of their respective journeys, while Katara is 14. This is only 2 years, which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot, but considering they're so young, it is a lot, because it means Katara is fully a young woman, while Aang is still a boy, he's still a child. But that's not the full story. If Aang was still the same age, but he was mature for his age, and he understood Katara, and didn't just idealize her, I would have less of a problem with this relationship. But Katara is the one who is mature for her age. Even though she is Sokka's younger sister, she acts like his older sister. And she acts as the surrogate mother for the entire group. Though she is imperfect, she is trying the best she can. And that means she bottles up a lot of anger. Zuko is the only one who acknowledges the legitimacy of that anger and tries to help her deal with it. And aside from Uncle Iroh, there is no one, in terms of the characters we know and see, who understands Zuko's suffering more than Katara. She's willing to listen and empathize. Now, that does not mean she doesn't tease him. She is comfortable teasing him because of the deep level of understanding that exists between them. They're both willing to support one another. This comes from the equality in their relationship. If Katara is having a breakdown, who do you think can help her, really help her? Aang, someone who doesn't even really understand why she wants revenge? Or Zuko, someone who is actively willing to listen to her? This brings us to the final significant reason to support the relationship between these two, and that is the extent of the similarities between them. They are both relatively serious. Now, this does not mean they cannot be involved in comedy bits, but the comedy is more in what happens to them, not comedy that they deliberately try to make happen. I don't want to say they're the only ones who suffer, because that's not true, but they're the only ones who have to think outside of themselves. Zuko has to reconsider his entire ideology, and Katara has to try and balance her desire to do good with her desire to take care of those around her, and balance all of this with the raw darkness inside her. True, Aang does spend a very long time contemplating whether he should kill the Fire Lord, but that's more a case of one instance than a case of him having to question his entire belief system. After Aang decides that yes, I am going to accept my duties as the Avatar in Season 1, his struggles are more in terms of, oh, how do I relate to these expectations as the Avatar, and not a matter of his personal beliefs being called into question. I might talk about this in a future video, but Katara and Zuko also have similar views on grief. Not everyone responds to it identically. Aang moves past it, more or less. Sokka and Toph bury it, but Katara and Zuko cannot stop thinking about it. It's not just that their mothers are gone, but that their mothers being gone forced them to take on burdens that, no, they don't complain about, but nonetheless cause a lot of stress and pressure on them. Because of all this, a relationship between these two just seems more promising than a relationship between Aang and Katara. Katara is not a chosen one like Aang, and unlike Zuko, she is not involved in the borderline Shakespearean tragedy of a family devolving into madness. There's nothing innately special or unusual about her. At least Toph is a master earthbender from a well-regarded family, but Katara is a nobody. She's only special because she chooses to be. She forces herself into the narrative. A meek and novice waterbender at the start of the show, she becomes a confident waterbending master by the show's end, because she's willing to work toward that end. It matters to herself, and it matters for her connection to her people. True, her father was something of the village chief, so she's not a complete nobody, but their village is basically a bunch of huts that have been spared from Fire Nation invasions, so that's not exactly an impressive title. I wouldn't go so far as Season 1 Zuko does and call her a peasant, but the truth is that she's special not because of her birthright or because of any natural talents. Why bring this up in a video about Zutara? Well, Katara's importance in this narrative comes from the choices that she makes. Not that choice isn't important to all these characters. If they hadn't made the choices they had, they might have gone down very different paths. Aang has to choose to accept his Avatar duties, and later, at the end of the show, he has to choose to not kill the Fire Lord, despite pressure from those around him. Zuko makes the choice to reject his upbringing and the nationalistic imperialism implicit in that upbringing. The tragedy of Azula is that she is unable to make that choice, instead succumbing to madness when her fear-based worldview deteriorates. But Katara is one of the very few members of Team Avatar who only matters because of the choices that she makes. And I believe this extends to her romantic decisions. It's interesting. Why did she choose Aang? We don't really get a lot of insight into her head regarding romantic matters, and what we do get can be contradictory. For the entire first season of the show, the crush seems very one-sided. There's a slight hint that Katara might eventually marry Aang in episode 114, The Fortune Teller, but the only information the fortune teller gives Katara is that she will marry a powerful bender, and that could be any number of people. There are a lot of powerful benders in this world. Aside from Katara, there are 3 other powerful benders on Team Avatar. And that does not count all the other powerful benders they encounter on their travels. Katara first displays affection for him in episode 202, The Cave of Two Lovers, where they kiss in the dark and hope that love will light the way. But this only happens because they're afraid of dying in a dark cave, and this does not necessarily contradict the view of Aang Katara espouses in episode 114, where she compares him to a sweet little creature like Momo. Going forward, Katara continues to take on the role of Aang's older sister or surrogate mother. It's not for nothing that she literally dresses up as his mother in episode 302, The Headband. Whenever Aang needs help, he goes to Katara. Katara is the one who comforts him when he goes into the Avatar state at the end of episode 211, The Desert, when he's just wreaking destruction on the Sandbenders who muzzled Appa. She's the one who dispenses sage wisdom when he tries to force himself to stop caring in episode 212, The Serpent's Pass. He's the exuberant, immature one. She's the one who has to step back, consider the conditions, and give a more mature perspective. If he's the id, she's the superego, to put this in Freudian terms. Even when he's fantasizing about kissing Katara in episode 309, Nightmares and Daydreams, she is treating him with compassionate maternal affection, sacrificing her own well-being to help him get the sleep he really needs. Yes, the other members of Team Avatar sacrifice to help Aang too, but not nearly to the same extent. When Aang storms out of the play Team Avatar attends at the end of Season 3, just because the play ships Zuko and Katara, Aang asks Katara how she feels about him, romantically. Her response is honest. She doesn't know. And yet she kisses Aang at the end of the show anyway. Why? What has brought about this change of heart? If I wanted, I could take the easy way out and say that the only reason the writers have Katara make the choice that she does is because they're so obsessed with Aang getting his dream girl that they don't consider the relationship from Katara's side. And that's true, I've made that point before, but that's not the whole story. The choices characters make in love triangles do not exist to just please or displease shippers. They reveal something fundamental about a character's ethos. Characters are primarily defined by the actions they take, and romantic choices are a very important subset of that. They say a lot about us. What does this person believe? What do they want and why? A very good example of this is Katniss choosing Peeta over Gale at the end of the Hunger Games trilogy. While that love triangle is far from my favorite part of that series, Katniss's choice is symbolic of her choosing warmth and affection over passion and ambition. It's synecdoche. And I bring up the Hunger Games comparison for another reason. Aang is basically Peeta in this scenario. Yes, I like him more as a character than Peeta. But like Peeta, he's peaceful and kind and rather anodyne. Katara has been attracted to bad boys throughout Avatar. Now, this is not to say she has entirely been attracted to bad boys, as Haru proves, but he's the exception that proves the rule. She's not attracted to edgy posturing, but rather to genuine conflicted souls still trying to decide what choices to make. This reflects her own mental state. Now, this is not just saying she's attracted to broken people. That's not really fair to her. Rather, she's attracted to those whom she feels can help make her whole again. So I suppose it makes sense that after forgiving Zuko and making peace with the tragic death of her mother, Katara is whole. She does not need that kind of relationship anymore. And so she chooses Aang, His confidence and pacifism and peaceful energy is exactly what she wants for herself in the future. Theoretically, I guess I can see how this pairing is more than just the fantasies of writers who are more concerned with Aang's romantic feelings than Katara's, but to me at least it's still a little disquieting, especially considering what we see of Katara's fate in The Legend of Korra, Avatar's sequel show. She is the only member of Team Avatar who does not have a statue we see in The Legend of Korra. What little information we get about her married life with Aang seems to imply that the burden for raising the kids fell mostly to her, as Aang was predominantly occupied with his Avatar duties. From at least what we see in The Legend of Korra, it seems that she's best known by that time as Aang's wife and mother to his kids. There's nothing innately wrong with that, of course, but it does not fit her personality in Avatar. Katniss also leads a quiet, peaceful, married life with kids after the show's end, and I remember some people being disappointed by this, but it fits her as a character. Katniss was forced into the role of a revolutionary. Katara stepped up. She chose that role. So it is strange that she would choose to apparently leave that role and marry someone who consistently demonstrates that he is not capable of forming anything more than an idealized portrait of her. He doesn't understand the real her. He just sees what he wants to see in her, and he always has. I'm not saying it would have been perfect if she had ended up with Zuko, and I would be more than fine with her ending the show single, especially considering she's only 14 or 15 by the end of the show. But Zuko at least understands her sorrows and longings. He's able to understand her for who she actually is, and not for who he might want her to be. It's a relationship built on compassion and empathy and understanding. Zuko, at the start of Avatar: The Last Airbender, is a lonely, banished prince who blames himself for his banishment and wants nothing more than to reverse that banishment by capturing the Avatar, and thus regaining his place as the Crown Prince, the heir to the Fire Nation throne. Zuko, at the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender, is a mature and confident person who has realized that the values he despised himself for not embodying are corrupt and imperialist. He has rebelled against those values, joined the war against his father, earned the forgiveness of Team Avatar, and then defeated Azula to become the new Fire Lord. There are only a few consistencies between the person he is at the start of the series and the person he eventually becomes. One is his love and respect for his uncle. While this grows throughout the show, and he is more willing to openly demonstrate this love, it has always been there. Think about episode 107, when he makes the choice to save his uncle instead of chasing the Avatar. The other consistency between the person Zuko is at the start of the series and the person he later becomes is his love for Mai. This is supposed to be a convincing love story. Their childhood crushes, a fact Azula exploits for mockery in episode 207, Zuko Alone, and when they are finally reunited, the attraction between them is apparently stronger than ever, even though they have not seen each other in 3 years. I know a lot of people absolutely hate this relationship. When I took a poll of my subscribers to see which of 5 different avatar pairings they liked the best. Mako, or Mei and Zuko, came in dead last. And it was not close. Zutara came in first, not surprising considering it's a pairing I have made quite a few videos about, but every pairing had at least 10% aside from Mako, which had only 5%. Now, I understand why. There is little open affection between them, and they don't really understand each other. Mei is relatively privileged. Her life has not been perfect, but it has been relatively easy. She joins Azula in her quest to capture Zuko and Aang, not because she was forced into it, or because she's committed to it, or for any real substantial reason, but rather because of her own boredom and ennui. While it is true that she was born into a less privileged household than was Zuko, there was no love between Zuko's parents. His sister adored tormenting him, and his life changed forever and for the worse when his mother had to leave, having poisoned Fire Lord Azulon, Ozai's father, in order to save Zuko's life. And this is before he was exiled for not fighting in Agni Kai against his father, and forced to chase the Avatar for 3 years. Then, after all the humiliations he suffers in Season 1, he doesn't have a ship anymore, and he has to trudge through on foot and on the back of ostrich horses through the war-torn lands of the Earth Kingdom, where he sees with his own eyes the devastation the Fire Nation has caused in the name of its so-called just war. He loses the prideful arrogance that once defined him. The person he is when he comes back to Mei is not the same person he was when he left. He's not a naive kid anymore, and she can't really relate to him. Though she tries to help him, she does not comprehend the weight of his experiences. She does not know that she is inextricably tied to a life and a way of thinking that rings hollow for Zuko after his sorrows and tribulations these last 3 years. It's also not like Zuko tries to understand her struggles. He does not consider her perspective, resulting in her becoming disillusioned with him in episode 305, The Beach, and again after he leaves her with only a letter, and she's forced to confront him in episode 315, The Boiling Rock Part 2. Still, I admire how they try to make this relationship work. He loves her. Still, he really does. We're not really given any insight into why he loves her, other than the fact that he always has. But the glimpses we get of his feelings toward her are legitimately heartwarming. There are some nice moments even in such a relatively affectionless relationship. Think about when he reveals to Sokka in The Boiling Rock Part 1 that she is the one person he regrets leaving in the Fire Nation. She is the one reason he hesitates before deciding that he wants to leave behind the life he had yearned for 3 years. True, he makes some questionable decisions, such as not releasing her from prison immediately after he defeats Azula and becomes the new Fire Lord. He is surprised to see her at his coronation, even though it has been at least weeks and perhaps months since he took the throne. But he loves her, even if he has difficulty expressing it. The question is whether this love would last, and I'm not sure it would. We see May break up with him in the comics that take place after the end of the series, as she realizes that he keeps too many secrets from her. As the comics progress, we get the sense that he has learned his lesson and she still loves him, and they will try to make their relationship work again in the future. But the question is, why would it work this time if it didn't work last time? Sure, Zuko can say whatever he wants, but the truth is that there is a gap of understanding between them. Zuko holds on to the love for May that he had as a child, but he is a different person now. He's been a different person. I must invoke the words Iroh says to the captain of the ship in episode 112, The Storm. When Iroh has finished explaining Zuko's rationale for chasing the Avatar, the captain says that Zuko just wants things to go back to how they were before. And Iroh says, yes, that's true, but things can't go back to how they were before. Zuko has been shaped by trauma and tragedy, and to overcome that, he has to become a different person from the morally simple child he was at the start of the show. He has to become different from the boy she fell in love with. He has to become someone who profoundly understands the depths of the Fire Nation's deceptions and the innate difficulty in trying to help the country he now leads overcome those deceptions. May claims that he is too focused on himself and his secrets, and this is true, but it is not the whole picture. He's too focused on trying to help the Fire Nation overcome the darkness and bitterness and militaristic hatefulness that has gripped it for so long. May has not had to stare at the dark side of humanity, but Katara has. She is one person he can be completely open with. That is not all a successful relationship needs, but you cannot have a successful relationship without that. It's why so many characters harp on and on about trust, to the point that it becomes a cliche. A lot of writers comprehend the importance of trust, but they are unwilling to consider the implications of trust being so important. Trust is not just the absence of lying. Zuko does not lie to May, but that does not mean he really trusts her. Real trust, as demonstrated in the relationship between Zuko and Katara, is knowing that the walls you construct to stop others, or perhaps sometimes even yourself, from peering into the deepest recesses of your psyche are no longer necessary. Everyone has these walls to stop people from unintentionally hurting them, or just as an acknowledgement that no one else will completely understand their situation because everyone's life experiences are vastly different. Real intimacy, as distinguished from mere physical closeness, is the rarest of things. Katara has endured the same level of darkness that changed Zuko forever, that being far more than a few setbacks, or even the loss of a loved one. It's not just that Katara's mother died, it's that her mother died protecting her. And that loss causes her to become a different person, a person with a cold, dark thing at the center of her. A person who's furious at the direction her life has taken, but who can't reveal that anger. Just as Zuko dedicates himself to capturing the Avatar, she dedicates herself to helping those around her. But the anger is still there. Only as the series progresses are they able to transcend that anger, not by ignoring it, but by finding the freedom to explore themselves and knowing that they have others that they can really depend upon. When Katara forgives Zuko, he's thrilled not just because he has redeemed himself from his betrayal, but because he knows he can have someone to trust. That genuine, honest, no illusions kind of trust. He can have someone who encourages him, someone with whom he can be completely open. She will not judge him. Her struggles are not so different from his. I've talked a lot about Zutara on this channel. It is a very popular pairing among fans, and for good reason. Zuko and Katara grow to understand each other and care about each other and empathize with each other. It is hard to understand Katara's story without understanding her interactions with Zuko. When Zuko joins Team Avatar, Katara is the only one who isn't readily willing to accept him. Not after what he did to her in Ba Sing Se. When he asks her, "Why don't you trust me?" she responds, "I was the first one to trust you." And look where that got her. Got her a knife in the back. But he earns her forgiveness by giving her closure on her mother's death, and by forgiving him, as well as by not killing the man who killed her mother, Katara defeats her dark side. She demonstrates that she can be passionately and relentlessly and steadfastly moral without lapsing into more extremist impulses. And while you could discuss Zuko's story without discussing his relationship with Katara, to do so would be rather incomplete. While both his uncle and Aang were willing to forgive Zuko, so long as they believed that he was looking toward the light and trying to move past his worst impulses, Katara is different. They met in the apex of Zuko's push toward change in the back half of Season 2. Zuko's betrayal hurts so much because he convinces her that he can change, that he has changed, that he's no longer possessed by the same drive to gain his father's approval that once possessed him. Because of how visceral this betrayal is, his final challenge in Avatar, in terms of his character, is to convince Katara to accept him. It's not really his final defeat of Azula. That's a big moment politically and sociologically, but Zuko has already completed his march toward redemption before this by convincing Katara to accept him. It's a great pairing, and there have been a lot of really wonderful analyses of it. But what has not been analyzed to nearly the same extent is how this pairing would affect Aang, the show's protagonist. A significant amount of the backlash I've seen against this pairing has less to do with its merits in of itself, and more to do with the compassion a lot of fans have toward Aang as a character. They want him to have what he wants. They want him to be with the one he loves. This is completely understandable, though I disagree considering that we don't really get an insight as to Katara's views on the topic. And there's no real indication of why she wants Aang and why she wants to be in a relationship with him, other than the fact that the world of the show revolves around Aang for the most part. Zuko a little bit, but mostly Aang, and it does not really revolve around Katara. We get to see inside her, into her fears and passions and desires at some points, but in terms of her romantic affections, the show is rather opaque as to why she thinks what she thinks. But what if Aang fails? What if he saves the world and brings peace and he goes in for the final kiss with Katara, only for her to reveal to him that she has chosen Zuko instead? He'd be confused and frustrated. We can empathize with that. What direction he goes in after this point would say a lot about his psychological and emotional state. Could Aang go on a dark path if he does not end up with the one he loves? It's certainly possible. But I really hope not. Aang may not be as distinctive and memorable of a character as Zuko or even Katara or Iroh, but he's still a kind and intelligent and caring kid. I'd hate to see him go down a dark path, but I don't think it's completely unreasonable to believe that it's a possibility. The sheer extent to which he believes that he'll be in a relationship with Katara is disquieting. Is this certitude that's a bit disturbing. Just because he loves Katara, he thinks that he's guaranteed to be in a relationship with her somewhere down the line, and that's a little strange. Actually, it's not strange, it's typical, but it's the kind of typical that you should be able to transcend with time as you grow up. But there's no indication that Aang really ever abandoned his idealized, narrow view of his relationship with Katara. He falls in love with her as soon as he sees her, and this obsession never fades. It's less like he's in love with her, and more like he's in love with an image of her. He doesn't even really know her at this point. And though he does grow to gradually understand her more as the show progresses, he rejects her actions whenever they conflict with his image of her. The best example of this is in episode 316, The Southern Raiders, when Katara decides to go after the man who killed her mother. Aang is not only angry, but confused, as though he can't comprehend her acting in a way that so viscerally goes against his myopic, shallow view of her. He struggles to fit these deep, raw emotions she's expressing into his worldview. That so many people in the show, from the fortune teller in The Fortune Teller to the prisoners in episode 205, Avatar Day, to Avatar Roku himself in episode 306, The Avatar and the Fire Lord, that all these people support the belief that Aang will be with Katara in the future if he just tries hard enough and believes in his convictions hard enough. You can definitely see how this inflates this view in him, how this makes him believe that, yeah, okay, if I just keep trying, I'll succeed. Try again, you know? Just keep forging ahead on this path toward Katara, and I'll eventually reach this goal. I'll eventually be with her. It's not entirely his fault that he thinks this way, but it is kind of a problem. If Katara rejected him, he would have to step back and self-reflect, and this is not something he's really accustomed to doing. True, he does do it on several occasions, most notably in episode 113, The Storm, when he decides that he was wrong to run away, and that he needs to step up and take on the duties of being the Avatar, and in episode 313, The Firebending Masters, wherein he decides that he was wrong about firebending, that it is not innately bad, or dangerous, or chaotic, and that he shouldn't be afraid of it. There are a few more times where he admits that he was wrong, such as in episode 117, The Northern Air Temple, where he allows Teo and the Mechanist and their people to live in the Northern Air Temple after getting so angry before that they were living there. However, it's more common to see Aang react rashly and angrily when things don't go his way and he's forced to take a step back. Think of how he's so miserable at the thought of his failure at the start of Season 3 that he risks the plan Team Avatar has spent a long time creating, this invasion plan. Everything has been set up by Sokka and the rest. It's all perfect. At least they think so. They don't know that Azula knows. But if Azula did not know this plan would be airtight, and yet Aang threatens to disrupt it just because he's so angry at himself for allowing the Fire Nation to take the Earth Kingdom. His anger comes from a real place, but he directs it in such a way that threatens to compromise the integrity of their mission. He decides to go it alone, and he nearly gets himself killed. While Aang's strategy to defeat the Fire Lord without killing him proves sound, his belief that the other members of Team Avatar are flat-out monsters, just for suggesting that, hey, maybe there are more important things than your personal beliefs about nonviolence here. The fate of the world is at stake, Aang. Reveals a deep sense of insecurity on Aang's part. He just wants everything to go his way. He has a hard time disagreeing with people without devolving into yelling and screaming and getting so defensive. This is particularly evident pertaining to his feelings for Katara. Aang storms out of a silly Fire Nation play in episode 317, The Ember Island Players, just because the play ships Zuko and Katara. When Katara suggests that maybe he's overreacting a little bit, Aang responds by saying that he would probably be in the Avatar state right now, were his chakras not blocked. Now, what this implies is that the idea of Katara not returning his affections is as offensive to his very being as the idea of the Sandbenders muzzling Appa or the Fire Nation killing his people. He does not usually go into the Avatar state unless he is in times of huge emotional and psychological stress. Does this seem like a kid who would handle rejection maturely? What would he do to Katara? What would he do to Zuko? Now, I doubt Aang, a pacifist, would intentionally incite violence, but when he's in the Avatar state, he pretty much loses control of himself. And even when Aang settles down to the extent that thinking of Zuko and Katara together does not force him to enter the Avatar state, I do not think he will be able to handle this rejection well at first. It does not fit with his conception of the world. He would not remain so optimistic. The fantasy of Aang is not just the fantasy of being the chosen one and having elemental powers. It is the fantasy of consistently being proven right. He's right about Zuko. He's right about being able to win the war without murdering Ozai. Though he feels a profound sense of guilt for allowing Appa to be captured and for allowing Ba Sing Se to fall, the sources of this guilt do not last, as he later reunites with Appa and the Earth Kingdom later takes back Ba Sing Se. This is not to say that he's always right or that he doesn't suffer loss, but he's never really been in the position of wanting something so badly and deeply that it defines him as a character and then not getting it. Not getting the girl, as it were, would disrupt his idealistic fantasies about the world and about Katara as a person. He would, I believe, finally accept this pairing, but not without suffering revulsion and disillusionment. Aang is not a bad person. He's a good person, a genuinely good person, but he's also a child, and he acts like one. At the start of the show, he is 12 years old, and considering that the show, by my estimations, starts in late autumn and ends in late summer, he could not possibly be more than 13 by the show's end. What does he know of love or healthy relationships? He would not accept defeat, not at first. He would compete for Katara's affections even after she had already made her choice. Katara is her own person with her own wants and needs that do not necessarily fit with the wants and needs he ascribes to her. Just because he saves the world does not necessarily mean his beloved will return his affections, nor should it. These are things he will learn with time. Maybe he'll stay close friends with Katara and Zuko. Maybe he'll fall in love with one of the many fangirls he has in the comic books. Maybe he'll accept that he was more than a little unfair to Katara, expecting her to love him just because he loved her. But he would have to go through a difficult learning process. He would have to suffer through a lot of heartbreak first, so committed is he to the pursuit of Katara. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a brilliant show that nonetheless has some strange ideas about romance. This is not a romance-driven show, which would be fine. It's about a lot of other very serious topics, but it nonetheless feels the need to sprinkle in romance, not as an essential part of the narrative, but like it's icing on a cake or pointless DLC in a video game. As such, there can tend to be a weird discrepancy between the romance and the rest of the work. This is most evident in the case of Zuko. While I do not despise the relationship between Zuko and Mei, and I think it has some nice moments, it also has very little to do with Zuko's journey throughout the course of the show. He hesitates to leave the Fire Nation because of her, but what does this matter? The entire weight of his character story has been pushing him to leave. There's no real tension or drama that he will stay. I mean, he feels bad about leaving her, but this really doesn't have all that much to do with his overall story. This is a major reason why I have difficulty being invested in the relationship between the two of them from an artistic level. It just feels rather inessential to me. But what if he didn't choose her? What if he decides to leave her behind with the rest of his relationships in the Fire Nation, and instead decides he wants to be in a relationship with Katara? What if he confesses this to her? What would she say? How would this affect the ending of Avatar: The Last Airbender? What would this mean for the show's characters? Would it lead to Zutara happening? It would certainly be a strange and admittedly uncomfortable situation for Katara to be in. Let's investigate. It's interesting. If I had to sum up one reason why the relationship between these two works so well from a story standpoint, it is how interwoven their character journeys are. Like the best relationships in this show, romantic and platonic, it is essential to the narrative, to the drama. Katara's first interactions with Zuko are antagonistic. He becomes the face of the Fire Nation to her, and she means nothing to him. He taunts Katara with her mother's necklace in episode 109, the Waterbending Scroll, and he defeats her in battle near the end of Season 1, after which he takes Aang and drags him through the tundra in the North Pole until Team Avatar goes and rescues him. Aang is consistently generous to Zuko, even when Zuko does not deserve it. At the end of episode 113, Aang makes an offer of friendship to Zuko. Even though Zuko has tried to capture him multiple times at this point, he wants to see the good in Zuko. He wants a closer relationship with him. Zuko responds by shooting fire at him, and Aang takes this hard, but he still saves Zuko's life at the end of Season 1, even though Sokka wanted to let Zuko die. It is a supreme gesture of mercy for which fate later rewards them, as Zuko joins Team Avatar. Katara is different, however. Katara is the member of Team Avatar who most frequently casts their struggle in purely moral terms. Aang is the hope of the world, so Zuko trying to capture him whatever his reasons, makes him a sort of demoniac figure. And she does not restrain from venting her frustrations to him when they are in prison together beneath Ba Sing Se at the end of Season 2. She views him fatalistically, arguing that because he is the Fire Lord's son, spreading war and violence is in his blood. The kindly and empathetic Katara is nowhere to be found. Instead, her dark side emerges, and it is ferocious. Early Season 1 Sokka's blanket hatred of the people of the Fire Nation is uncomfortable and buffoonish, but it's also typical and mostly harmless. Katara's dark side is much more raw and primal. It is a pure expression of her innermost soul, and if you are anything like me, you both understand exactly where she is coming from and are a little terrified by her when she embraces her dark side. This duality makes Katara one of my all-time favorite characters in the show, but make no mistake, if I were Zuko in this instance, I would be scared of her. And yet, he commits himself to repentance. Throughout Season 2, he has refused to open up to people even when they were kind to him. We see this very firmly early in Season 2, when he steals the ostrich horse of a family that was very nice to him, and then a little more subtly it occurs again in Episode 215, The Tales of Ba Sing Se, when he's on a date with Jin. Here, though, he chooses to open up to Katara even though she is at her darkest. He chooses connection and vulnerability, and it works. Their bond is firm and instinctual, and there is a clear connection between his betrayal of that bond, his betrayal of that newfound intimacy at the end of Season 2, and the guilt he carries around with him throughout the first half of Season 3. True, I wouldn't quite say his betrayal of Katara weighs on him as mightily as his betrayal of Uncle Iroh, but he can't ignore it, even after he rejoins Team Avatar. When Katara glares at him, he is forced to remember what he did, and he tries to make good. He tries to redeem himself in her eyes. He can only gain the closure he yearns for by giving closure to her. Zuko's relationship to Katara cannot be extricated from both their character journeys, but what if he wanted this relationship to go a little further? What if May forced his hand by breaking up with him? While we know a lot about Katara as a person, we don't know a whole lot about her romantic feelings. They are as enigmatic to the writers as they are to Aang. There is a romantic undercurrent to her interactions with Zuko in Season 2 beneath Ba Sing Se, especially considering her past relationship with Jet, but she never explicitly admits romantic feelings for Zuko. Then again, Katara never outright admits her feelings for Aang either. That she kisses him at the end of the last episode is an implicit declaration of her affections, but how she got to the point wherein she's willing to enter into a romantic relationship with him is something the work never really explains. One of the few times wherein she does talk about her romantic feelings is episode 317, The Ember Island Players, where Aang kisses her and she responds by saying that she is confused. If Zuko had said that he wanted to be with her, would she have refused? I doubt it. They only grow closer to each other as the show approaches its end. The last interaction we see between Aang and Katara before the final kiss is Aang running away from her and the rest of the group, screaming at Katara that she doesn't understand him because she's not willing to accept his unwillingness to kill the Fire Lord. Now, I'm not saying Aang doesn't have a point, he does, but he could have handled the situation a little more maturely. And anyway, it's kind of weird that this is the last time we see them interact before they finally kiss. Conversely, in the last few episodes of Avatar, after Katara forgives him, they have a talk about Uncle Iroh. Zuko is concerned that Iroh will not forgive him, but Katara reassures him that Uncle Iroh will. She gives Zuko solace in a dark moment for his soul, and she proves to be right. Katara joins Zuko in the final fight against Azula. Zuko has to choose one member of the team to fight alongside him, and he chooses her. And they save each other's lives during the battle. Aang would very understandably be crushed if he saved the day, defeated the Fire Nation by inventing this whole new form of bending, or at least reviving an ancient form of bending, and then learned his crush had chosen Zuko instead, but that might be an important lesson for him. Just because you are the chosen one does not mean you are entitled to love. He would survive. It would mark one of the few significant pieces of character growth for him since Season 1, when he decides to stop running away and accept his Avatar duties, as difficult as they may be to fulfill, especially in these uncertain times. Hopefully, he would be able to accept the relationship between Zuko and Katara. Now, there's nothing wrong with him being bitter or frustrated about it. I would be too if I were in his position. But he should learn to treat it maturely and not let it destroy his close relationships with both Zuko and Katara. Aang would find someone eventually. That's almost a certainty. You're basically a god, and you've saved the world from a disastrous war and a tyrannical dictatorship. I don't think it would be too hard to find someone who's attracted to you. It might be a character we've never met, or it might be someone that Aang knew in the past, but never before considered in a romantic light because he was too focused on Katara. He would have to accept that there is a difference between mere childhood fantasy and actual lived-in reality. As for Zuko and Katara, I believe the relationship between them would succeed. It would be strange at first, as they were enemies only several months prior, and Katara would feel a pang of guilt at rejecting the passionate advances of Aang, but she would not regret being in a relationship with Zuko. This would not be just another case of her attraction to a bad boy overwhelming her. The two of them understand each other's deepest fears, hopes, and longings. Katara ends Avatar: The Last Airbender in a relationship with Aang. Whether this relationship will last was a major topic of discussion in the Avatar: The Last Airbender community from 2008, when Avatar aired its final episode, and 2012, when Avatar's sequel series, The Legend of Korra, aired its first episode and confirmed that yes, Aang and Katara did make it. They got married and they had 3 kids. This was a huge moment of relief for Kataang fans and a moment of disappointment for a lot of us who weren't as satisfied with that pairing. One of those kids, Tenzin, is now middle-aged by the events of The Legend of Korra and serves as the mentor to Korra, that show's protagonist. While Tenzin is probably my favorite character in The Legend of Korra, other than Korra herself, and while I like how he is a more realistically flawed mentor who has to overcome his own failings instead of a perfect, wise old man like Iroh who's already gone through his character growth, it's interesting to think about what would happen if Aang and Katara broke up. What would be the after effects of that? How would Aang react? How would Katara react? What would this lead to, and what would it say about them as characters? Let us investigate. The lead-up to Kataang is a bit shaky, if you ask me. Aang is in love with Katara from the very start of the show. There is no denying that. He falls in love with her as soon as he sees her. He adores looking at her. We see how he idealizes her in episode 114, the fortune teller, and he's so caught up in the idea of being in a relationship with her that when, in episode 202, the Cave of Two Lovers, he actually has the opportunity to kiss her and demonstrate his affections for her, he flounders that opportunity. And instead he looks like an awkward, stumbling fool. This is kind of adorable, I must admit, but while he continues to obsess over her throughout the course of the series, there is little indication that these affections are mutual. It's clear she deeply cares about him, and the episodes that honestly depict the tenderness in that relationship, without cliche or banality, like episode 212, The Serpent's Pass, are some of my favorite of the show. However, despite all this, I really never got the sense that she was interested in him romantically, except when the writers needed her to be. More importantly, I was never excited by the idea of the two of them becoming a romantic couple, because the attraction between them was so asymmetric. And the show's constant attempts to excite me in this couple accomplished very little. Now, it would be one thing if Katara just never expressed how she felt toward Aang until their final climactic kiss at the end of the show. Now, if that happened, it would still be a little baffling and unnecessary, but at least the emotional through line would be clear enough. Here, however, it's confusing. Here, however, it doesn't register emotionally because Katara makes it clear multiple times throughout the show that she does not have a deep, burning interest in being in a romantic relationship with him. In episode 114, The Fortune Teller, Katara says that she thinks of Aang like she thinks of Momo, as a sweet little friend, but nothing more. You could say, in defense of this pairing, that her feelings toward him change from this point to the end of the show, and that is certainly the writer's intention, but in episode 317, The Ember Island Players, Katara again demonstrates that she does not want to be in this relationship. She's confused about her feelings toward Aang, and when he kisses her, she berates him for not respecting the boundaries she has set. They have very few conversations, or at least very few conversations that we, the audience, see, from now until the end of the show, and in one of these conversations, Aang is yelling at Katara that she does not understand his struggle in wanting to end the war without killing the Fire Lord. And while I understand his point, he does not exactly make the best case for himself, just screaming at her without considering what she's going through. A few episodes of the show seem to serve no purpose other than to allow the writers and showrunners to make a case for this pairing. There is one in every season. In Season 1, it's the Fortune Teller. In Season 2, it's the Cave of Two Lovers. In Season 3, it's the Headband. These aren't the worst episodes in the world, and aside from the Great Divide and Bato of the Water Tribe, Avatar doesn't really have any bad episodes, but these episodes do stand out for being kind of unnecessary. They're not nearly as well written and cohesive, and for lack of a better word, they don't have as much of a point as a lot of other episodes of this show. And even despite the constant promotion of this pairing, I have a hard time accepting it when Katara's feelings are, in the text, so clearly ambivalent. Including in the last time they discussed this relationship before the final kiss. This relationship looks like one that's built up to fall apart. Even if you are more positive on this relationship than me, the odds of it lasting long term are low. How many of you are still dating the people you liked in middle school? If you are, good for you, but it's a low percentage. The rest of us spend our teens and 20s just wandering around, not really knowing what tomorrow brings, but kind of reveling in the excitement of that not knowing. Just going around, trying new things, expanding your boundaries, looking into new horizons. Obviously, for a show, it's a little different. We, as the audience, want the characters to end up with other characters they knew in the time of their life that's depicted in the show. So if they're kids and teens, they end up with the people they were interested in as kids and teens. This is kind of silly, but I understand it, and it makes for a more immediately satisfying experience for the audience. I don't hate that they do this in Avatar. It's certainly not enough of a problem for me to fully explain my frustrations about the pairing of Katara and Aang. I mean, I love the Katara and Zuko pairing, and they're still teens when they first meet. But the difference is that they play a part in each other's growth. They play a part in each other's coming of age. They affect and expand how each other sees the world. The relationship gradually helps them realize that they were wrong not only about each other, but also about themselves and their perspectives on the world. Katara understands that Zuko is not a monster, and Zuko understands that Katara, despite how she started the show hating him, is now someone he can depend upon, someone he can rely upon. He does not have to carry his burdens alone or only with the help of Iroh. Katara's relationship with Aang is much different. I admit I'd be a lot less antagonistic about this pairing if there were any real moment where Aang has to understand that he was wrong about Katara, that the image he has of her does not fit reality. That is just a product of his myopic, unworldly, childlike expectations. If he understood this, accepted it, and tried to understand the fullness of Katara as a person, I would have no real problem with this relationship. It still wouldn't be great, but it would work for me. It would show signs of growth and maturity. This relationship would have a reason for existing other than to just please those who want to see Aang get with the girl he fell in love with at first sight. As is, it's just a kid getting what he wants without having to learn anything, and that's a recipe for disaster later down the line. It's not Aang's fault, and it really isn't Katara's either. How would Aang react to their breaking up? Now, in a previous video, I discussed how Aang would react if Zutara happened. Though I doubt he would be as explosive in the case of Katara just breaking up with him. Especially if he's a little more mature, and this is years after the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I doubt he would be happy. I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I were him. he would be despondent and confused. When has Aang ever had to seriously reconsider the philosophical stances he holds? True, in Season 1, he has to grow to accept the role of being the Avatar, but that's less a matter of his idea of what he should do changing, and more a case of him just finally getting up the strength to do what he knows he should do. Ever since he embraces the role of the hero, his story tends toward success. True, he has to make a few reconsiderations, such as when he's at the Northern Air Temple in episode 117, and he has to accept the presence of Teo, the Mechanist, and that group of refugees, but mostly his worldview holds strong. He becomes distraught when he loses Appa, and he does a lot of terrible things, like destroying Sandbender's vessels out of rage and leaving Team Avatar to die in the desert. But this is more an expression of grief and anger than a philosophical viewpoint, and he knows that it's not his fault he lost Appa. And though at the end of Season 2 he wrongly blames himself for the victory of the Fire Nation in Ba Sing Se, and he does take rash actions because of this, like charging into the Fire Nation and disrupting the plan the rest of Team Avatar had been making. Despite all this, he doesn't face any permanent negative consequences for his lapses in judgment. Sure, he almost dies in episode 301, and the lesson is supposed to be that no, he can't win this war by himself, and he needs to depend upon the other members of Team Avatar, but how the final fight against Ozai plays out in the text kind of diminishes this. He is alone when he defeats the Fire Lord. It is a one-on-one match. Sure, he has indirect help from the other members of Team Avatar, like Sokka and Suki and Toph destroying the airships, but that doesn't affect the real dynamics of the fight itself. It's mano a mano, one-on-one. If Katara breaks up with him, he would have to learn for the first time that, hey, maybe things aren't destined to go his way. Maybe his heroic fantasies don't have to come true. He will have to mature in his understanding of the world, instead of considering himself the exception, the one who changes things while only everyone else has to learn. As for Katara, I don't think she would start seeing Zuko, or really anyone else, immediately after the breakup. Now, my preference would be for her and Zuko to be together. They have this profound ability to understand each other's longings and fears and anxieties. But whatever happens in the distant future, Katara should take time to herself. She should take time to take care of herself and think about what she wants to do with her life, and she should travel the world. After spending so much time taking care of others, she deserves the chance to take care of herself. I've known a certain amount of people in my days in the Avatar community who do not ship Zutara per se, but do support the pairing of the Blue Spirit and the Painted Lady, i.e. Zuko and Katara's secret identities. It fits into the forbidden love angle of Zutara that intrigues a lot of people. Sure, they may not be able to be together in the daytime, but in the night their love can exist. All this is well and good, but I'd like to take a deeper look at the Blue Spirit and the Painted Lady, what these secret identities mean for the two of them and for their relationship, and the subtext behind secret identities in Avatar: The Last Airbender as a whole. Undoubtedly, this will have to be pared down a bit from my original intentions. I could talk forever about masks and duplicity and secret identities in Avatar: The Last Airbender. I could easily write a 6,000-word academic paper on it. Maybe another time I'll talk about Azula's love of false identities, whether she's impersonating Zuko, or whether she's pretending not to be royal in the episode The Beach so they don't recognize her. I'd talk about how these identities serve as a mask for her insecurities and allow her to avoid the cognitive dissonance that exists between her belief that fear is the only effective means of control and her secret knowledge that her mother did, despite what she always said, love her. Let's focus more on Zuko and Katara. Zuko's secret identity is introduced in episode 113, called simply the Blue Spirit. It is very literally a mask. If you read the comics, you'd see that it is one of his mother's theatrical masks. For those of you who don't know, the Fire Nation is based heavily on Japan, and no theater in Japan has a tradition of the actors wearing these oftentimes ostentatious masks. Ursa loved theater until she was taken away to the Fire Nation capital city to be Ozai's bride. Her mask, thus, allows Zuko to have some closeness with her, despite the fact that he hasn't seen her in years, even as it also allows him to leave behind his identity as the Prince of the Fire Nation. The Prince Zuko identity is laden with burdens, both external and internal, and adopting the secret identity allows him to escape these burdens. As he explains to Katara in episode 220, The Crossroads of Destiny, he spent 2 full seasons of the show believing that his scar condemned him to the Sisyphean task of chasing the Avatar. It's a permanent mark that cannot be removed, aside possibly by Katara's healing water, but it can be disguised, and the Blue Spirit identity allows Zuko to do just that. He can escape his role, and thus the persona of Zuko, disgraced Prince of the Fire Nation, trying desperately to reclaim his honor by capturing the Avatar. Zuko's journeys as the Blue Spirit in Season 1 prefigure his entire character transformation in Season 2. For one, he cannot firebend in his Blue Spirit form, lest he reveal his true identity, so he has to focus on pure martial arts. This is exactly what he has to do in Season 2 of Avatar, demonstrated bitterly and ironically in the episode Zuko Alone. Having lost not only his sense of self, but his ability to express that self, he is forced to question whether this self is actually something he wants to reclaim, or whether there is another, more beneficial route for him to pursue. With this comes the gradual unraveling of his moral identity. The largest superficial difference is that Zuko chooses to take on the guise of the Blue Spirit, whereas he does not choose his fate in Season 2. But this difference is undermined by ambiguity in both cases. The Blue Spirit is an identity Zuko pragmatically adopts in order to achieve his ultimate goal of not having to disguise himself anymore, of finally having his original sense of identity restored to him. Of course, we, the audience, know that this is a falsity, that Ozai can never restore his honor, because Ozai does not have the power to take it away, except when Zuko gives him that power. But for most of the show, this belief of restoring his original identity exists in Zuko's mind. He believes it, so it matters to his character. Conversely, Zuko's Season 2 state, while it is a state he does not welcome, is not one he seeks to escape if the result of attaining that escape is just returning to his old exile identity he had in Season 1. Though his initial circumstances are out of his control, he secretly has more power over himself than he does in Season 1. His decisions, big and small, that he makes in Season 2 affect his life significantly more than any decision he makes in Season 1. He is more capable of deciding the kind of person he is going to be going forward. Power in Avatar: The Last Airbender is associated not only with corruption, but with rigidity. One could take Aang's words to Korra in the season finale of Season 1 of that show, that we are most open to change when we are at our lowest, as a sort of thesis statement for both shows. The ambiguity implicit in the Blue Spirit character is what allows for the tension that powers the episode The Blue Spirit, and thus powers the tension between Aang and Zuko. Did he save Aang for practical reasons or moral reasons? Or is there a difference? Or if there is a difference, does it even matter? Zuko attempts to put an end to that ambiguity by shooting fire at Aang near the end of the episode, but he fails. Not only does he fail to set Aang on fire, he fails to dissipate that ambiguity. He fails to force the ambiguity to dissipate. It lingers. Aang even brings up the occurrence 2 seasons later in episode 312, the Western Air Temple. There does not ostensibly seem to be the same level of complexity associated with Katara disguising herself as the Painted Lady. Aang basically calls her a superhero. Think Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne, ostensibly ordinary people who can transform into extraordinary pseudo-mythical beings. But there is a lot more going on here. Think of the differences between how she disguises herself and how Zuko disguises himself. Like, even visually. Zuko wears a mask because he is trying to escape from the persona that weighs on him, this idea of who he is supposed to be that he is uncomfortable with, even though he cannot quite admit that. Katara, on the other hand, does not wear a mask. Instead, she accentuates herself. She does not want to escape herself. Why does she not tell the townspeople that it was Katara and not the Painted Lady who saved them? Katara presents it as just not knowing how to break the news, but it goes a lot deeper than that. She's too savvy and forceful for that, so we have to ask ourselves, is it mere selflessness on her part? Does she not want the credit? You could say it's to disguise the fact that she's a waterbender in this town in the Fire Nation, but I find that rather unconvincing. We need to take a different perspective on this. Who exactly is the Painted Lady? She is a guardian spirit who abandoned the town who worshipped her. This is perhaps an uncharitable interpretation, but it is nonetheless supported by the text, as the real Painted Lady near the end of the episode appears to Katara, demonstrating that she could have done something, she just didn't. Also, think about Katara. What has she lost? She is deeply respectful of the traditions of her people and thus feels isolated when those traditions are destroyed by imperialist invasion. I would not go so far as to call Katara a nationalist, but she has a very specific idea of what the Water Tribe should be, and that has been taken from her. So if she can serve as the cultural, spiritual protector of a town, that helps bring her closure. and that is accentuated by how her manipulations allow her to go beyond what others, especially the other members of Team Avatar, consider acceptable. Unburdened by the expectations she has to fulfill as kind of the mom of the team, the one who takes care of everyone, she is more free to realize her true self. This is the same process that she finally finishes when she confronts the man who killed her mother in the Southern Raiders. Katara is very selfless most of the time, and that's good, but in order for her to truly come to peace with what has happened, she must consider what she wants and what she feels is missing in her life rather than just what's best for others. And her secret identity allows her to do that. Indeed, Zuko and Katara's secret identities not only parallel each other, but also allow these characters the freedom to move toward discovering who they want to be. It allows them further exploration of themselves. While for Zuko, it's about breaking free of the burdens of his situation, while for Katara, it's about embracing her true desires. These deceptions, ironically, allow these characters to be far more honest with themselves. This is not the first Zutara video I have made, but it is worth looking at the relationship in the context of the larger story of Avatar: The Last Airbender. What is Avatar even about? And no, smart Alex, I do not want you to say it's about a 12-year-old bald boy who tries to defeat a tyrant by mastering the 4 classical elements of water, earth, fire, and air. I mean, what is it about? What is the core of it thematically? It's about the aftermath of war and how we respond to that. It's about how we expand our perspectives on ourselves and others. It's about setting aside our past perspectives on the world at large so that we can grow more connected to society and philosophy and these grand worlds that exist outside our immediate viewpoint. While other animated shows like The Dragon Prince talk about the cycle of violence and the after effects of war, Avatar does this in a way that's a lot more subtle and, if you ask me, a little more effective, and I say this as a big fan of The Dragon Prince. Zutara ties into all these larger thematic ideas. When I say I wished the romantic pairing of these two would have happened, it's not only because they understand each other and because of how much of their arcs are tied up together, although that certainly is the case, but also because of how the bond between them fits a lot of the main ideas the show handles. That does not mean the relationship as is, where they're friends, does not necessarily fit this, but if we are going to have romance in this show, and it is clear that the creators intended there to be some sort of romance, considering how much is sprinkled throughout the show, even though it's not as important as the overarching narrative or the ideas of how we handle war and violence and tyranny and rebellion. If there is going to be romance, and if one of those romances is going to involve Katara, then she should be with Zuko. It better fits the structure of the show. It better fits what it has always been about. Starting with the part about change of perspective, it's worth contemplating that Zuko and Katara do not like each other early on, though I do not mean to equate their feelings. Zuko has no personal hatred toward Katara. While he does not like her, his feelings are more apathetic than antagonistic. She stands between him and his goal of capturing the Avatar. When he challenges her to a fight at the North Pole, he does not do this out of any animus, but because his ultimate goal is to redeem himself and reclaim his honor. And he has mistakenly equated that with his father's approval, and he can only attain his father's approval if he captures the Avatar. For Katara, however, the confrontation is personal. As she says when they are being held in prison together in Ba Sing Se, in episode 220, she had come to associate the Fire Nation, the tyrannical government that destroyed her life, took away her family, and left her with no hope for the future. She grows to associate that with Zuko's face. This is a great piece of dialogue because it incorporates a formal aspect of the show, Zuko being this human face of the Fire Nation, which otherwise would have been just this amorphous bad side that needed to be defeated, and incorporates that into the heart of the narrative. When she sees Zuko, she becomes irrationally angry. She hates him for a lot more than who he is and what he has done, though she, of course, resents his ghoulish actions toward her and Aang throughout Season 1. To her, he is the pinnacle of Fire Nation arrogance. He is a symbol instead of a person. But that starts to change when he starts discussing his past. She becomes outraged when he suggests that she does not know the whole picture, but she soon realizes that she was wrong and he was right. We don't know everything they talk about, but we do know that Zuko reveals that his mother, Ursa, was taken from him by the actions of this tyrannical government, just like her mother, though in a much different way, of course. It's almost certain they must have talked for a lot longer of a time, and about a lot more topics, in order for Katara to be trusting enough to offer to heal Zuko's face. But we don't really need to see that narratively. This is about storytelling efficiency. As soon as Zuko starts talking about his mother, she instantly understands that the cartoon supervillain image she has of him is just not accurate. The truth is a lot more confusing and profound. The tyranny of the Fire Nation touches everyone, not just our ostensibly heroic characters. However, Avatar extends beyond personal relationships into political and sociological views. Personal experiences can and do change one's broader perspective. For Zuko, traveling around the Earth Kingdom in the guise of a impoverished peasant provides him a window into the haunted embitterness that defines the people of the Earth Kingdom in this war-torn era. Though he has never been nearly as much of a Fire Nation propagandist as someone like Zhao, and his reasons for capturing the Avatar have always been more personal than political or sociological, it is not until he sees the extent of the damage the Fire Nation has wrought that he is able to reconsider his life choices. When he talks with Katara about his mother and her pain, he understands how she has suffered in a way that he absolutely would not have been able to if that conversation had happened in the first season of the show. He knows this story because although it is very specific to Katara, it is also just a variation of the story he has seen play out time and time again around the Earth Kingdom. In episode 207, Zuko Alone, he makes the pivotal decision to not steal from a starving family, even though he too is starving, and he decides to defend a town from corrupt Earth Kingdom soldiers, not because he has any real connection to that town or affinity for its people, they certainly don't care about him, but rather just because it's the right thing to do. He had never thought about Katara much before, But seeing her as someone who had experienced a profound disruption to her family and cultural life after the devastation wrought by the Fire Nation, and yet she still decides to help him, all that makes enough of an impression on Zuko that he is determined to earn back her trust after he betrays her at the end of Season 2. It's a long road, but he finally earns, and it does feel very earned, her forgiveness when they come back from the confrontation with the man who killed Katara's mother at the end of episode 316, the Southern Raiders. For Katara, it is a personal experience with Zuko that evokes a change in her larger perspective, instead of a change in that larger perspective inspiring a change in how she handles a specific personal relationship, as is the case with Zuko. I've heard some people wonder why Katara was willing to feel sympathy for Azula at the end of the show, even though Azula showed no desire to repent, even though she took until episode 316 to forgive the very repentant Zuko. There are a number of reasons for that, including that Zuko betrayed Katara personally, while Azula did not, but an underappreciated reason for why Katara has changed her behavior is that Katara herself is no longer the same person she was earlier. Even though Jet eventually lapsed back into his old tendencies, leading to his downfall, he demonstrates a willingness and desire to change up to the point of his death. And that affects Katara, and it inspires her to give Zuko another chance, even though he has been chasing her around the entire world for the last few months. And even though that initially does not turn out well as he betrays her, his willingness to do anything and everything to earn her trust and earn her forgiveness, that also has a profound effect on her, inspiring her to extend more sympathy toward Azula than she perhaps would have otherwise. The changing relationship between these two is the show's most personal statement of its ideological center. That does not necessarily mean it needs to be romantic, but if there is going to be romance on this show, it is a much better choice. The bond between them is about forgiveness and change and realizing you were wrong. All of this framed against larger scale shifts in perspective. It's compelling for the exact same reason the show itself is. Katara is the soul of Team Avatar. When the entire team is stuck in the desert in episode 211, with Aang having left them all to die, to go off searching for Appa, Katara is the one who keeps them alive. It's not a stretch to claim that they would all have died there had it not been for her help. It's Katara who heals Aang with the water from the Spirit Oasis at the end of Season 2, bringing him back to life and keeping the Avatar cycle going. Just as importantly, it's Katara who makes sure that she has the opportunity to revive Aang. She's the one who takes his lightning-struck corpse and leaves the catacombs beneath Ba Sing Se, even though both Zuko and Azula are pursuing her. It's Katara who is always there to calm Aang down when he's in the Avatar state, and even Toph and Sokka admit that they rely on Katara, even if they wouldn't say that to her face. For Sokka, she was the strength that kept their family together even after their mother died and their father went off to war, and for Toph, she's the supportive mother figure she never had. The others rely on her. When they need a supportive ear, she's there for them. But who's there for her? The Zuko and Katara pairing is fascinating not because he's another bad boy that she's attracted to, like Jet, but because he is someone she does not have to hide herself from. When Sokka and Toph praise Katara, it's for being strong. It's for being there, always there. But Zuko does not need that from her. He's his own person, mature and confident, and self-assured. Not arrogant or prideful, and definitely humble, particularly as the show progresses. By the time he joins Team Avatar, he's full of the kind of earned confidence that comes from striding through the Valley of Shadows and emerging into the shafts of light shining through on the other side. These relationships with so-called bad boys tend to fail because the good girl wants to reshape the bad boy and reform him, which tends not to succeed, not only because people don't change that easily, not normally, but also because the bad boy could quite reasonably respond that these more dangerous qualities are what drew her to him in the first place. In contrast, the relationship between Zuko and Katara does not evolve beyond antagonism until he reveals to her and proves to her that he is not the one-dimensional bad person that she believed he was. He's just confused and frustrated. For years he believed he could only reclaim the idyllic life he lost if he fulfills his father's demands and captures the Avatar. But he increasingly sees how fallacious that is. He increasingly sees how his father, as well as the entire social environment he grew up in, have shaped his mind and warped his psyche. Is receiving the honor of the Fire Nation a worthwhile endeavor when the Fire Nation is responsible for so much pain and suffering? Zuko increasingly grows to think that it isn't. Katara listens to his contemplations. The person she believed was just a cartoon baddie is really a broken soul in turmoil. Even though he does end up betraying her, it is interesting to listen to her recounting of this event in episode 312, the Western Air Temple. When she discusses the confusion Zuko displayed to her, she doesn't say that he was lying or that his vulnerability was just a facade. What she says is that she can't trust him. She's basically admitting that yes, he was sincere, but I don't know if that matters because he made the choice to turn his back on growth and betray me. The unreliable, conflicted Zuko understands her far more than does the eternally optimistic Pollyanna-ish Aang, who can't comprehend that her experiences and that her attitude on those experiences and her entire way of looking at the world is not the same as his. But she's afraid to be tender to Zuko. She's afraid to reveal the truth of herself to him, because his betrayal of her still stings. When Zuko discovers the truth about the man who killed Katara's mother, he has to find that out from Sokka. Katara herself will not discuss it, not really to anyone and certainly not to him. Only when Zuko proves that he can help Katara does she allow herself to become close to him, does she allow herself to really connect with him. Again, this is not a bad boy situation where the girl is attracted to the guy because he marks a break from societal conventions. True, Katara judges her behavior by her own self-contained moral codes, not by conventional societal standards of behavior, but she's been hurt so often, including by people like Jet, whom she believed to be idealists, that she doesn't trust anyone whom she doesn't believe will be supportive of her. This is especially true because of all the trauma she suffered in her youth, with her father and all the other men of the tribe leaving, and her mother dying, leaving her with no one but an older brother whom she needs to support. There's no one Katara needs to teach her to be free and self-possessed. She already is. What she needs at this point is someone to rely on, someone who can comfort her. Aang is just not that person. I don't mean this with any malice toward Aang, but he's not. No, this is not the worst pairing in the universe, but it is one that has never satisfied me. It doesn't sit right with what we know about Katara as a person. When I watched the show for the first time, about 5 years ago, I was not a hardcore Zutara fan, and I was not specifically anti-Kataang, but I was a little disconcerted by how the show expected me to believe that this relationship between Katara and Aang is the height of romance, while giving me no real compelling reason to believe it is. With each successive viewing of the show, I increasingly appreciated the intimacy that develops between Zuko and Katara, and I appreciated Katara as a person a lot more. I started seeing her as Zuko sees her, not as a saint or devil, not as an archetype, but as an actual flesh and blood conflicted human being, caught between the loving maternal role that she's supposed to play, that she has to play, and the raw, primal darkness prowling the rivers of her psyche. Aang does not think that deeply about Katara. As a child, he does not really consider who Katara is outside of how she relates to himself. Whether this is because he doesn't want to, or because he can't, I'll leave to you to decide. Aang is a spontaneous person. This does not necessarily mean he is superficial. He becomes distraught when he believes he has failed, but it does not really affect his behavior going forward. Aside from when he loses Appa, and number one, that only lasts for one episode, and number two is not really him changing in how he views the world, so much as it is his normal method for seeing things just shutting down with self-loathing. He gets angry frequently, but it's in bursts. It comes and goes. It doesn't stay and simmer. He doesn't understand what it feels like to have this bitter darkness at the center of the soul, impossible to dislodge. That does not necessarily mean his relationship with Katara is doomed to fail, but can you point out just one point in the show when Katara comes to him for catharsis, where she pours the true depth of her soul out to him and he's able to understand it? It never happens. When Katara suffers a crisis of the soul, she would go to anyone else before she would go to Aang. She knows how Aang and Sokka and Toph tend to view her, and she's okay with being that person because it gives them the support they need, and she wants to help them, and she knows that if she did reveal the full truth of herself to her, they would not respond kindly. A presumption that's backed up by their behavior toward her in the Southern Raiders. They don't even really attempt to understand her beyond a very superficial level. I'm not saying Aang and company are villains for not endorsing her revenge quest, but they should have taken a step back and considered why she wants it. What does it offer her? Instead, they demonstrate that they do not endorse this side of her. Later, Aang makes a faint, vague gesture of supporting her quest to find the person who killed her mother, but it's too little, too late. It just feels very perfunctory. And it's clear he still doesn't really understand the journey she needs to undertake. Why would he? It's not like he has that darkness inside him. He doesn't have these experiences. And I'm not just talking about loss. He's lost a lot of people. But he's always been removed from that kind of loss. It's more abstract to him. and there's 100 years between him and that loss. For Katara, it's very immediate. For Katara, it's unforgettable. For Katara, it sticks with her. Zuko does have the same experiences as Katara. He's endured that late-night sorrow where you don't know who you are or what you're supposed to do. And you want to be satisfied, you want it more than anything, but you don't know how to get there. The reason Zuko's betrayal of Katara in Season 2 hurt her so much is because she knows that he understands her. For this to be the person who betrays her is crushing, but still she knows he comprehends her psyche and how she relates to her suffering. When they talk after he earns her forgiveness, it's with the mature composure of two people who don't have any secrets to reveal to each other. Two people who can't surprise each other because they just understand each other that well. What Katara wants more than anything, I would say, is to be understood. I mean, above all that, she wants her culture back and she wants her mother back. She wants things to be like the ideal she has of them, but she grows to realize that that's not possible, and if it's not possible, she at least wants someone who can comprehend that psychic wound, who can understand how losing those connections has impacted her. We don't often see into Katara's head romantically, which is why her decision to choose Aang is so awkward narratively, but her intimate, unvarnished conversations with Zuko are to me a more pure and profound expression of love than any of the unfounded, kind of superficial romantic scenes that exist between her and Aang. Despite not being the show's titular character, Zuko has become the most well-received character in Avatar: The Last Airbender. It is practically impossible to talk about redemption arcs without someone referencing Zuko. This is because Brian Konietzko and Michael Dante DiMartino, the co-creators of Avatar: The Last Airbender, make his journey clear, they make it challenging, and they make it actually affect every facet of his character. Episodes like Zuko Alone and The Storm demonstrate exactly what influences shaped Zuko into the person he is at the start of the show and what challenges he needs to overcome. But this is not an easy process. Throughout Season 2, he sees with his own eyes the devastation the Fire Nation has wrought. He comes into contact with so many people whose lives have been destroyed or disrupted by the war, and he can't turn a blind eye to that. By the end of the season, he has demonstrated that yes, he can grow, and he has accepted that there are other paths forward for him aside from spending the rest of his life chasing the Avatar around the world. Once he does accept the fire of change, it burns away his old self. Mostly. He still kind of strangely retains this intense attraction to Mai. I don't hate this pairing, but I don't really see what it has to do with the rest of Zuko's story. I've always found his relationship with Katara to be much more interesting. These are two lonely, isolated, scared people who don't know what to do with all the competing influences rolling around inside them. They both lost their mothers because their mothers chose to protect them, and they carry that grief everywhere they go. It informs their decision-making, and they cannot escape that weight. That, along with the responsibility they have to bear from an early age, shapes them into more mature people. It's not just like with Aang where he has to take on the responsibility of a role. They have to take on the responsibility of taking care of themselves and deciding exactly what people they want to become. Zuko is basically a good person pressed into the role of villain because of how trauma and abuse and the psychological warping of his sense of self because of all that, have colored his moral system. Katara is pressed into the role of the heart and glue of Team Avatar, the person keeping everyone together. Not just the mom, but the moral voice of the team. But because of the grief she has suffered, she has that darkness inside her and no real means to express it. They're basically mirror images, allowing for the cathartic interactions between them. If any relationship in the show should be romantic, it should be this one. These are two people who would gain from spending their lives with each other. So does Zuko love her? Does he have any affection for her that goes beyond the appreciation for how they understand each other, how they share two halves of the same soul? I don't think the answer is necessarily no. Now, I must admit this does not necessarily mean the answer is yes either, but it does mean that this is a topic worth investigating. Zuko does not overtly indicate any romantic attraction toward her, unlike Aang. But that's not exactly overwhelming evidence. In regards to romantic matters, Zuko is much more restrained than Aang. He's just a much more introverted and introspective person. While he is comfortable with Mai, that's because he spent a lot of time with her since they were kids. They've been each other's crushes since childhood. It's an open question whether he is even accustomed to considering anyone other than Mai in a romantic light. We see his awkwardness in romantic interactions throughout Season 2. When I watched Avatar again earlier this year, I spotted something I hadn't really noticed before, and it's how Zuko's progression of how he interacts with young women about his age kind of mirrors his overall journey of growth, especially in Season 2. His behavior evolves, and he becomes much more comfortable toward them, just talking about them, talking about himself, just sharing moments with them, as he becomes more comfortable with himself. I'm speaking of, number one, his talk with Song, the very nice young woman who gives him and Uncle food and medicine after they come in from starving in the woods, and when Uncle has gotten poisoned from the plant he thought was tea. Number two, his date with Yin in episode 215, The Tales of Ba Sing Se. And number three, the very intimate moments and revelations that he shares with Katara at the end of Season 2 when they're in the caves together beneath Ba Sing Se. All three of these interactions are at least romantic-ish, and with Katara I believe love is involved. If you don't want to call it love, at least call it a moment of complete openness and understanding. A moment of wanting to know everything about the other person and to help them. To make their life yours and to give your life to them, and that's love to me. But we are already getting ahead of ourselves. Let's return to Song. Zuko's meeting with her is the first genuinely good thing to happen to him in a very long time. Iroh is almost dead, and both he and Zuko are starving in the wilderness. But Song and her mother give them the sustenance and healing that they really desperately need. After dinner, Song speaks with Zuko. She has no idea who he is. All she knows is that he has a mark on his face that was given to him by the Fire Nation. He's just a refugee whose life has been uprooted by Fire Nation influence. And this is actually true, though it's only a part of the story. Would she accept him if she knew who he really was? He doesn't know. He doesn't think so, and he has reason to be suspicious. Think of episode 207, Zuko Alone. In that episode, he turns away from the dark path, as demonstrated at the start of the episode when he chooses not to steal from a family. Then, throughout the episode, he helps out a town that is being held hostage, basically, by a bunch of corrupt soldiers. He fights them. He fights for justice and equality. And in the end, he reveals his true self. He firebends. He defeats the Earthbender that's the leader of these corrupt soldiers. The town is finally free, but they don't accept him. The town is no longer being run like a mini fiefdom, but they reject him once they understand who he is. So his reticence to let Song touch his scar is understandable. When he burns down the bridge with that family by taking their ostrich horse, it's not just a practical thing, it is a conscious decision to close himself off from connection. To protect himself from really being open with someone. Song's last glance is devastating. But we do see a progression from this point to the Tales of Ba Sing Se. I could say a lot about this date sequence, which has been not wrongly overshadowed by the Iroh scenes in this episode, which are just devastating, but I'd argue this date sequence is one of the most underrated in the entire show. I could spend an entire video going on and on about why I love this, and why it works, and what it means for Zuko's story, but I don't want this video, at least, to run very long. If I said everything I wanted to say about this sequence in this video, it would probably be over 30 minutes long. So I'll just say it's the first time Zuko proves himself willing to open up to someone who is not his uncle. Zuko is always introverted and lost in contemplation. Even he can't make sense of his fractured psyche. He's certainly not going to burden someone else with it. But he manages to form an awkward, but sweet, if tenuous, connection with her. Even though he does not reveal his firebending to her, he uses it to light all the torches around the lake and give her a really wonderful time. It's a graceful, romantic evening. But it can't last. Zuko knows that. He's not settled in this life, and he's not settled with himself, and he's not comfortable revealing the whole truth to her, but he does give her at least a wonderful night, and he leaves her with some beautiful memories. I wonder if she ever discovered her date was the future Fire Lord. Either way, she likes him for him, and he appreciates that. All of this leads to the last of these three moments, his intimate bonding with Katara. Unlike Song and Yin, who give him the benefit of the doubt, Katara doesn't. For her, he is the face of the Fire Nation. She blames him for the trauma she has suffered. She blames him for this dark burden she must carry. This burden that permanently colors her psyche and provides her with a darkness she doesn't quite know how to handle, so she lashes out at him. Unlike the previous circumstances, wherein Zuko has to wonder if his revealing the truth would result in his partner withdrawing her empathy toward him, Zuko knows here that the only chance he has of her extending empathy toward him is if he reveals the whole truth. The raw, unvarnished truth that he himself is only now preparing to face. The easier choice would be to say nothing and deflect her comments. Instead, he bares his soul and she responds by accepting him. If she is attracted to him, it's not because he's hurt or broken, it's because in him she sees someone who really understands her. Who doesn't view her as a perfect goddess or an annoying mother figure, but as a real human being trying to make sense of her place in this world and with the suffering she has endured. It's a risk. A big one. Katara could have easily rejected him. Knowing this, he tried anyway because he wanted to know her and he wanted to be known. He wanted her to understand the extent he has grown and all the things he's really considering and the person he's trying to be. And Katara is willing to understand. She's willing to put aside the perceptions she once had of him as this one-dimensional antagonist and accept the fullness of his self. Zuko wanted the security that only comes when two people aren't afraid to say everything they're thinking about each other, to just peer into the darkest depths of each other's souls and say, no, I'm not afraid of this. Zuko is brave enough to reveal the truth about himself to Katara, sensing a possible connection between them. And Katara is brave enough to make that connection, even though it contradicts everything she had previously thought about Zuko. Zutara became as popular as it did in large part because the conditions were perfect. Unlike in the past, when fandom was niche and relatively vulnerable to attacks from published authors and other media figures who did not want to see fan works made of their art. Unlike in those dark ages, the mid-2000s brought with them a whole host of popular services that became really useful for fan communities, from YouTube to DeviantArt, and even fanfiction.net, which had been around a little longer, got a huge boost in its popularity. We even get things like TV tropes, allowing you to catalog all the different tropes used in whatever work you like. Fandom really took center stage in the mid-2000s, and we have not looked back since then. These conditions perfectly align with when Zutara became popular, and when you combine that with the 9-month-long gap between the end of Season 2 of Avatar and the beginning of Season 3, and the 7th-month gap between the midpoint of Season 3 and when they decided to air all the rest of the episodes of Avatar. Combine all that, and you have a perfect, fertile environment for a lot of spirited discussion between teenagers and young adults and university students on what would happen if these two characters entered into a relationship, and what the probability of the two of them entering into a relationship would be. You have the conditions, and you have the environment. I discuss all this in depth in the video I made on how the scene in the end of Season 2 when Zuko and Katara are together in the catacombs beneath Ba Sing Se really launched this ship. So if you have not seen that video, I highly recommend checking it out if you're interested. But at the end of that video, I said something I want to circle back to, and that is basically this, that even though these sociological conditions were important in launching the popularity of this relationship, the fact that it has remained so popular, even as the internet landscape has significantly shifted, suggests that the appeal of this pairing is not transient. It works for newer viewers as much as it does for older viewers. If you were, say, 14 through 21 when the show ended in 2008, and I'm choosing that age range because a large majority of the fan contributions during the show's initial run came from people in this age group, then you would be anywhere from 26 to 33 by now. A lot of these initial fans still like Avatar, as it is as much of a lifelong obsession as something like The Lord of the Rings is, and a lot of these people still support the pairing of Zuko and Katara. You don't let go of it once it captivates you. But if my YouTube analytics stats are anything to go by, then a lot of the people who watch my videos on Avatar and especially on Zuko and Katara are younger than that. Like me, a lot of y'all didn't watch the show until after it aired, and that means you're drawn to this pairing for its innate appeal, not because of structural factors like the rapid rise of platforms that benefited fan communities or long gaps in time that allowed rumors about Zutara and theories about Zutara to flow and circulate. And also, if you're one of these younger Zutara fans, younger meaning my age arounds, you already knew how this ended before you started watching the show, most likely. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a perpetuator of pop culture osmosis. What I mean by that is just that people know things from the show even if they have not watched the show itself. To take an example from outside Avatar, even people who have never watched The Empire Strikes Back know that Vader is Luke's father. That's just penetrated through the zeitgeist. For Avatar, things like Zuko and his honor and his redemption arc, Katara and her mother, and just the whole general idea of the Avatar and the invasion of the Fire Nation are logged into the brains of even people who have not watched the show. And along with all that is the knowledge that Katara and Aang is the pairing that won out. I can't speak for literally everyone, but I do imagine that a very large portion of people who watch the show nowadays know that this is how it ends. And yet they still support Zuko and Katara. It's true there is a remake of the show coming out, at least supposedly. As I'm writing this script right now, in the summer of 2020, we have not received any news on the Avatar Netflix show in 2 years. But even if the Netflix show does arrive, it is unlikely that it's going to make this pairing happen. The new adaptation is headed by Konietzko and DiMartino, which is great, as the last time the powers that be adapted Avatar, the show creators were not involved, and the result was the truly abysmal 2010 movie. But it also means that the pairing of Zuko and Katara is unlikely to happen, as the showrunners are firmly on the side of Kataang, and have been since before the show even started running. So if Zutara has not happened, and will not happen, why do so many people still support it? Why is there such an outpouring of love for this doomed pairing? For one, a pairing is never dead. Competition between opposing pairings is real and it can often be brutal. And I don't really mind it as long as it doesn't devolve into pettiness or personal attacks. But the old paradigm that held that the competition ended if one of the pairings became official is dead and gone. The last Harry Potter book released in 2007, and the last Harry Potter movie released in 2011. And yet, Harry Potter fans, when they're not trying to ignore whatever nonsense J.K. Rowling is saying these days, these fans are trying to contemplate whether a certain pairing works or not. Do the canon pairings make sense? Do they fit with what we know from the world we're given? Was the show right to have Harry end the series with Ginny? Or should he have ended up with Hermione or Cho? Or what have you? Personally, I'm a fan of Harry and Luna. but that's neither here nor there. What matters is that the old shibboleth that held that these disputes could be settled by canon, and canon alone, has been revealed to be nothing more than wishful thinking on the part of, number one, people who hate shipping and ship wars, and number two, people who are on the side of the winning ship. But none of this really addresses why the pairing of Zuko and Katara actually succeeds. Just because we care less about fans supporting canon pairings than we did in the past does not necessarily mean there should be as many Zuko and Katara fans as there are. I've gone back and forth on whether I think it's a push factor situation or a pull factor situation, i.e. whether people just really want to see Zuko and Katara together, or whether they just go to that pairing because they think the pairing of Katara and Aang does not work. The Katara and Aang pairing was not universally acclaimed at the time, and it has not aged well. In fact, while most of the show has aged extremely well, the Katara and Aang pairing is, to me, the most notable exception. The discomfort of seeing the pairing of a teenage girl and a still prepubescent boy, positioned as the grand and wonderful conclusion to the journeys we've gone on these last 3 seasons, has not gone away. What has gotten worse than that, though, is the backlash against stories where the guy gets the girl without having to do much consideration as to what she thinks and to her side of the relationship. I'm not saying there was no backlash to pairings like that in 2008. There obviously was, but it was not nearly as intense as it is today. I was watching a video that straight up called the pairing of Aang and Katara nice guy wish fulfillment. I would not go that far. Aang is not a quote-unquote nice guy. He isn't actually nice guy. He is committed to pacifism and changing the world for the better, but his romantic myopia should not elide consideration. He's a child with childish fantasies about getting with his dream girl. Because he wants to be in a relationship with Katara, he believes this relationship is meant to be, and he never questions that belief, even when Katara makes choices, such as going after the man who killed her mother, that conflict with this idealized image of her as this perfect, flawless, uncomplicated, angelic figure. A show of this caliber should force Aang to question his childish limitations, and he should be forced to become more empathetic, at least in regards to Katara, if he is to be regarded as positively and framed as positively as he is by the show. Instead, she declares at the end of the Ember Island Players that she's conflicted. There is no more talk about the romance between them for the rest of the show, and then they have their grand kiss at the end of the last episode. Zutara, however, has aged well. It arguably fits better into the zeitgeist of today than it does the zeitgeist of 15 years ago. Obviously, the trope of the mysterious, enigmatic, conflicted, bad boy anti-hero is not a new one. It's literally centuries old, having derived from the Byronic hero archetype. But we're also at this very weird crossroads in the cultural zeitgeist where we're emerging from a period of unfulfilled anti-heroes and morally ambiguous stories. The idea that, yes, there is good and evil, and that art should have clearly defined moral boundaries seems to be making something of a resurgence lately. I'd suspect because of a few factors, namely the rise of activism and protesting we've seen a lot in the last 5 or so years, and the elevation of a lot of genuinely bad people to positions of power that's kind of soured a lot of people's view of the anti-hero. Whether we agree with this trend is not really relevant. I'm personally conflicted on it. I do like my anti-heroes and my morally ambiguous stories, but the effect is that how we as a culture view the anti-hero archetype is different than how we viewed him, and it usually is a him, 10 years ago. We want to see him held accountable, and Zuko is. A lot. By a lot of people, including himself. He's forced to reckon with the consequences of what he has done, both personally and the systems he has been complicit in perpetuating. We're stuck in strange times for the anti-hero. We see anti-heroes having to take responsibility, such as in BoJack Horseman, or deteriorating into madness, such as with JD and Heathers, or having a shallow redemption narrative, such as Kylo Ren in the new Star Wars trilogy. Zuko's arc and the work he has to do to make Katara forgive him, and the sacrifices he has to make for her, instead of just her forgetting about all his terrible behavior in the past, all this points toward a ethos of redemption that is not cliche or perfunctory. It's honest and earned, and it fits the spirit of the times today. But also, Zutara will probably never fade in popularity. Not even if the social mores shift again, and not just because of the obvious fire, water, sun and moon, light, dark symbolism. Or even because the opposition between them forces each of them to undergo a significant amount of character growth in order to accept the other, but because they're similar people, able to challenge each other to become better while still understanding each other. They have similar views of grief and mourning and justice, and they're more confident, more caring people when they are around each other, certainly. So thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Donate to my Patreon if you can, and you want to see more videos like this. Yes, before any of you comment this, I know Heathers was originally released as a movie in the 80s, but the musical, popular in the 2010s, makes several significant updates that change how the anti-hero is viewed. It's less a sociological critique than a very personal story, and they try to make JD an actively more sympathetic character than he is in the original. Anyway, watch more Avatar. It's a brilliant, caring, thoughtful, incisive show that only grows more relevant as the years go by. It's amazing, and I'm glad it's finally getting the attention it deserves. Anyway, tune in soon for my next analysis. It will be coming soon, I promise you that. Thank you all again. Adios, comrades.